Hello everyone, my name is Kriti Monga. I'm a graphic designer in New Delhi, India. I've been practicing as a graphic designer and illustrator for the past 16 years, 10 of which have been running a branding and design studio. I'm also an independent lettering artist. I've been teaching courses and modules over the last 15 years at various design schools in India and abroad, as well as independent workshops, activities, and forums. I'm very interested in design education, and I'm always curious about how to make especially type learning more effective and fun. Why do foundational students need to love type? Because it's only then that they will really enthusiastically undertake the long journey towards mastering it as a craft, and then the longer journey required for developing a deep sense and thoughtfulness for it. Of course, there's all the theory and established teaching steps: anatomy, tools, classifications, type history, basic type design, typography and layout, the technical details, the cultural concerns, etc. But also, let's be honest, it's quite a drag at the start. As for all art forms, a lot of rigor, discipline, repetitions, critique, demonstrations, discussions are all required, and lots of students drop out of fear or boredom. Studies have also shown that our minds retain new information and patterns most when we are happy, inspired, and fully engaged. So, allow me to make a case for the role of play alongside practice. I'm known to call it making friends with type. My favorite icebreaker to cut through stiffness in a new class is making name tags for each other. And design is a collaborative and giving activity, so we make tags for our neighbor, not for ourselves. We do start with history and anatomy lectures because you need some context. I just try and make them more informal, animated, conversational. How letters evolved, how they've always changed, the nature of linguistics and culture, focusing on humanizing type, making it accessible and lovable. Use type terms, lots of bad type jokes. No one's going to really memorize entire history from a lesson anyway, but if I do it right, they might develop a love for it. My own love for letter forms began with Professor Mahendra Patel, my typography teacher at NID. Fond memories of him personifying letters. He'd say, "Do you notice? This guy is a little fat," or "That guy is falling," etc. He had this light in his eyes, and he would enact all of it, stuff that would make us giggle, and then look at our letters differently. I've learned a lot more about type after those foundational years, of course, but my love for letters comes from Mahendra Bhai. So I try and pass that energy on. My approach to form is to start with tools: round, flat edged, or pointed, angle or pressure. Just getting curious about what you could potentially do with what. No rules yet. Students are invited to experiment and get curious about their tools. So, and you start to think about posture and movement, etc. And then brush lettering is a happy, easy place to start, to introduce rhythm, instill some confidence. We begin talking about spacing, format, stroke order. That's Dr. Shelley Grunler, by the way. These pictures are from Type Camp India that we taught together and hope to start again soon. In a longer class, I'll introduce some historical calligraphy styles that students can practice: foundational hand, black letter, etc. Again, the focus is not on becoming calligraphers, but as a way to look at form and spacing. We learn to self-critique kindly, and we call mistakes charming. We progress assuredly, but don't call them drills. The students get really comfortable and are encouraged to draw letters everywhere, which I think they often take quite literally. If you sat at a desk doing drills all day, feeling like you're the most unskilled person on earth, you'd get frustrated and leave. So just when everyone's getting shifty, we take the action out into the sunshine. We use mops and brooms and sponges of many shapes and sizes, dipped in buckets of water, and draw giant letters. When they evaporate, we draw again. So now the entire body has to get involved, and you really have to pay attention to form in that scale. Interestingly, this gets students more loosened up. There's no fear of making mistakes anymore because it's all going to evaporate and you can try again. And public spaces are happy to be washed. Unlike graffiti, you're actually cleaning the surface you're drawing on. And students, of course, get cheeky as ever. This wall belonged to a movie theater next to my class in Denmark. The manager was not happy. They'll draw giant post-it notes to each other. If your class happens to be close to a beach, you can practice in the sand. You can also try painting with light. Of course, the form won't be perfect just as yet, but teach students that letters are joy and you will see it in what they write. There's no escaping ornamentation, so I say give a place and a context for it. Celebrate the beauty and pleasure with large erasable drop caps, hand-drawn on glass doors. This also becomes a really good opportunity to talk about history of design and personality and expression. So that's a good place to come back into context. There's always the question of what is good type, of influences and exposure. Students have stylistic preferences, etc. So a type walk is a good way to have this conversation with students and to bring them into openness and curiosity rather than judgment of taste. India, of course, is a wonderful place for these walks. So many scripts, there's inspiration everywhere. Students learn to see their neighborhood or city with new eyes. We come back with photos of our favorite specimens, but also many good questions. And anyone who teaches knows that raising a good question is more valuable than giving all the answers. Back in the classroom, we take observations further into experiments. We make more letters to match the chosen ones. Sometimes we'll make companion letters in a different script. While this is not possible in shorter workshops, I love this letter form invention exercise that Shelley and I do at TypeCamp. You take an abstract inspiration like noodles, and then you use calligraphy and lettering principles to turn it into a fictitious letter form, and then you give it a sound. So when the class puts it all together, they've created a rudimentary script and a language. So it's a very quick and dirty introduction to type design, even for non-designers. We encourage students to practice lettering by painting signboards for neighborhood businesses that can't afford their own. At TypeCamp Japan, we made signboard sculptures in hiragana letters as thanks for our host village. So, tactile play isn't just romantic arts and crafts. It actually gets students intensely engaged. Even the serious type designer could find their brain expanded in new ways when they use their hands to make something unexpected. Typography started out as type interventions in 2010. A bunch of us young designers in Delhi, tired of sitting in chairs, clicking mouse all day, started playing with modular letterform sculptures in public spaces, using everyday materials, spelling inspiring messages or phrases in the streets. Each typography weekend generated so much excitement about type that I started to wonder if I could take this into classrooms as a teachable format. Basic modular type is a great, simple, lo-fi way to look at type design. It's also thinking versus decoration. I mean, you can decorate with modular type, but you'll have to take forcibly structured ways to do it. So we started to make things with locally common everyday materials. We try to leave a minimal footprint. Installations are designed to fit sweetly into existing spaces and be easily removable. Sometimes they become tea time sandwiches afterwards, or like dry leaves tucked into a fence without any adhesives, just a weird sculpture in the park that will fall out in bits and pieces on its own over time. Many of my India type friends have been pulled in at some point or the other. Kalapi and I actually made the first ever typography experiment together near my studio in Delhi, and Pooja Saxena designed these gorgeous letters at TypeCamp. It's also an opportunity to play Lego with different scripts, like the eggs here. They're literally building blocks. It's possible to move them around and easily play with shapes, stroke weights, etc. Yellow colored pencils, isometric grid, colored tape on a wall, and candles. Always a great way to end a workshop by lighting them up. Juice or coffee injected into bubble wrap, also a crowd favorite, very addictive to make these. Eggs in trays. In fact, this particular team got the hang of it so fast, they made a regular bold and italic version of the word. And at the end, a little surprise. The words come together to make a phrase. Change what you cannot accept. Accept what you cannot change. And here's a glimpse from some of the other workshops. Popcorn in a fence, food for the birds afterwards. Do one thing every day that scares you. Creativity is your, these are banana leaves, intelligence. And all of these are created within a few hours. So it's really meant to be a mad, fast sprint. And you're so consumed with trying to finish the piece, you have no time to think. So you just focus on making it. And then there's a moment of revelation in the end when you realize what just happened. This one was in Brixton, London, where David Bowie was born. The greatest thing you'll ever learn is to love and be loved in return. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is James, and today I'm going to tell you all a story. Now, this is a blank page, but I thought this is the best way to convey the title, it being about negative space, so I thought this was funny. Now, this story begins where all good stories do, with deception and trickery. Or, for lack of better words, I like to call this magic. Now, let's start with deception, with the image on the left. Now, in this image, we could either see two faces or a cup. But the fact is, we don't know if the image is of a cup or of two faces. But that's the beauty of it. Similar could be said about the image on the right. We start to see these running black dots, but they aren't actually there. But it's the interaction between the elements of design placed here that make a new composition and are able to convince this to the viewer. Now, when I start getting into design, I start to understand this better. Our minds are like these fickle things which don't like to see things in vacuum. So it chooses to fill in the blanks for us, and that is something really fascinating. Now, I did say this was about magic, so I'll break it down for you. Now, the true magic in design for me lies in the relationship between the positive and the negative space. A relationship of balance can transcend your design, because the positive and the negative is what actually guides us together. It is used together so that it can influence our perspective in looking at something. And the space is really what holds our design together. It augments the objects that are within it and brings it all into focus. Now, to understand negative space better, we'll cover 3 points. Now, the first one is about the identity of negative design, negative space. Now, negative space is most recognizable when the pattern or the form it creates is a form that we relate to or recognize. To take upon the first example here, the Coca-Cola bottle is so iconic that when negative space is used to create it, we are able to understand and relate to the context. That's why it's so powerful, and it can be seen across the branding that they convince the users to go through. It all has an impact and a touch of using balance in composition. Now, the second point is about interacting with the user using negative space. Now, in this composition of the black cat, we can see that we can recognize the cat and we can't unsee this image. What this is doing actually is giving the user the sense of decoding and becoming a part of this composition. That is what makes the design more memorable. It has an impact on the user because they were part of this. But something important that we need to come in terms with is that negative space does not only exist when it forms a recognizable form. It lies within anything that is visible to the viewer. And that is the third and very important key point. Now, to understand this better, we need to understand how composition works. And the way I started to understand composition is by relating it to music. Now, music and design go hand in hand, if you could say so. Music also tries to send this message out to the listener the same way a composition does to the viewer. Now, how is music really made? Music is actually a bunch of notes that are spaced well in a manner that create a pattern. This pattern in turn creates rhythm, and that rhythm is actually where the music starts. You can't simply place notes together one after the other without spacing it out and expect to find music. All you can expect is noise. It's very similar when it comes to composition and design. Putting positive elements one after the other doesn't create a good composition, spacing it out using the negative space amplifies the project, amplifies the experience for the viewer. It is what helps us convey a message. Because we need to understand, just like music, visuals also have textures, visuals also have emotions, and that emotion is what leads us to the message. And messages are all what we try to convey. Now, when I started out learning composition, we were given a simple exercise, or at least it sounded simple. All we had to do was, using lines and rectangles, place them on a blank canvas. But the catch was, it had to convey a message. For example, the first message is a message to convey hierarchy. For me, I took hierarchy in the sense of conveying motion, because motion conveys flow, flow in turn conveys hierarchy. But it's debatable. Now, the second aspect of the second message I tried was about direction. Now, direction is something all compositions have, because it is important for the designer to understand he needs to guide the eyes of the viewer. He needs to tell them, this is the first thing to see, this is the second thing to see, and this is the third. It also plays the role of hierarchy. They all go hand in hand. Because hierarchy gives a sense of direction, because it is a flow as well. Now, the third message is regarding drama. Now, drama is something that leads us to emotion. The drama is something that uses direction to imply an emotion of tension, or something's about to happen. Now, in this composition of drama, you could see and feel as though something is falling. It could be falling into place or simply falling. That sense of drama, that sense of emotion that it's able to create for the viewer, is the real story. It's the real message. And these simple exercises are how all of us as designers can improve our compositions. Now, the beauty of composition goes beyond just composing letters and, just shapes and organic forms or advertising and branding. Even small things like putting a word together has space involved in it. Would you really want to see letters that are really close to each other and stuck to each other? Because that's something annoying. Or if it's too far apart in a word, it's too disturbing. And things like this is what really impact the user. The use of space can transcend your message from good to great. A good balance is the great measure. And as I mentioned before, the magic lies within the relationship of the positive and the negative. Now, if there's one thing I want you to take away from all of this, is that all of us should be more conscious in the way we use negative space. We can't go about filling a page with elements or simply removing all the elements until we're left with something. Because having too much or too little are just as bad as each other. So finding the balance is what is key. And that's how we can send a good message. Now, if I couldn't convince you in these past moments, here's a smart man saying the same thing. So that's been my time. But before I forget this, I'd like to thank everybody at TypeWknd because it's been such a pleasure. So, thank you.
Hello, hi TypeWknders. I'm Pooja and I'm here with Tanya.
Hi.
And Tanya and I are both typeface designers and we live and work in India. She in Bombay and I do so in Delhi. And today we want to talk a little bit about TypeWalks, which is something that she and I both do. I've been wanting to compare notes with her for a long time, and it's pretty exciting to be doing it in front of an audience. Um, So, Tanya, do you want to kind of get us started with just the idea of, very briefly, like what a type walk is, and then about how you go around planning one?
Okay, so a type walk is essentially walking through public spaces and pointing at signs and telling an audience what you find interesting about that sign. At least that's what I tend to do on my walks. How I usually go about it is there's a general area in mind, and there I know are a bunch of really interesting signs in that area. Because I've walked around Bombay quite a bit, I've already seen those signs for years, and I found them interesting. And I try and sort of figure out what would sort of make an interesting story to tell to an audience. And so that kind of helps me frame the route. It's a chicken and egg situation where one thing really comes after the other, and sometimes I will drag participants into sort of a lane here and there if the time permits or if it's not a large enough group. But it's really kind of figure out a location and then sort of map out further points, as you can see on this map of yours, and build from there. What about you? How do you go about it?
I mean, I find that it's a super iterative process. Like, so I'll know a sign, then I'll go walk around near it, then I'll find more signs, and you kind of go back and forth. But I think like once one has identified a few signs and the story really starts to build from that point, I think that's where things get a little bit both interesting and in some ways difficult. So, I mean, often like when I'm starting off, one of the things I'll try and do is if there are interesting signs that I like on a route, I'll try and muster up the courage to go and talk to the store owners and see if there are any stories that, they have to tell about the sign that they have. So, for instance, like the two signs that you see on the slide now are both for photography studios in Bangalore. And they're both family run businesses, and they both have, I mean, at least I think, rather beautiful signs. The first one is cut in wood, the other one is hand painted. And the families have really felt that it is part of not just like their business legacy, but their family's legacy. And they've kind of preserved them over the years, and they have stories to tell about them. So the top left one, for instance, has been taken down temporarily because it's being repaired. And the shop owner was kind of, he was nice enough to let me see the taken down sign and, tell me the story of how it was constructed in the first place. So do you also do something similar where you talk to local businesses?
Yeah, I tend to go up to the owners who are there, and invariably it is somebody's father who's put up the sign and they're just running the business. But they're like super proud that someone's taking interest in them. I specifically remember this one tailor. He was so happy with telling the story of how his dad picked one sign and then they updated the other sign to something that was more modern for that time. And more interestingly, whenever I would do my walks, he would come out of his shop, he'd recognize me obviously, and he'd be waving at me and all the participants, and it was just such a fun, nice thing. And then depending on the time, I'd include him in the walk as well. But that was a really nice sort of personal touch in the whole walk. Apart from that, there are also books that I tend to refer to. You can see Bombay Gothic is a book that I find that I own, and is fairly easy to find. It's fairly well known. But the book on the left, the reason you see an image of the page is because that's all that I have. The book's out of print and it's really hard to find. So the only place I found one, and it was thankfully publicly available, was the church it was sitting in. So it's just there on a lectern available for everyone to go through. So I will go and sit inside the church on a sunny afternoon and just
Flip through it.
read the book and take pictures of the relevant pages that I need.
It's really
which is why
to let you click pictures. I have to
it's
say.
a very, I mean, the churches, they have only service only on Sundays, so thankfully for all of that. It's a really nice place to just relax as well, as those spaces are.
As those places are, yeah.
Ooh, what are these?
So I look at a lot of books as well, and much like the few that you spoke about that are about history, I actually end up looking at a lot of books which are not about, which are basically just not non-fiction books, which are not histories, which are not references, and I found that to be quite a bit of fun to do. So one of the books that you see here is Rudyard Kipling's Kim. That relates very nicely with the cemetery walk that I do in Delhi. That's a book that a lot of people have been assigned as school reading when they were like, I don't know, 12 or something. So they're immediately able to make a connection to something that they know really well. Similarly, like I think what has been very useful to me is books which are about how particular types of signs are made. So whether it's books about hand painting or about neon, but also just books which are about the neighborhoods where I'm taking people for a walk, right? And I think that really helps in kind of giving people a bit of context about the space and also understanding why a particular sign, why a particular language, why a particular material is being used there once you know a little bit more about the place's history.
Absolutely. I do something very similar using online resources. I've found that I'm very lucky in doing so. This is a site called Art Deco Mumbai, which basically is an incredible resource talking about the Art Deco architecture that Mumbai has. And it has a wide variety of names of architects, dates and references, but also write-ups about the designs and what they mean. So sites like this, it's incredible to be able to find this, online and not have to take pictures of pages over here. And you tend to stumble upon these incredible resources that I don't. It's almost like a. I'll go from link to link and discover new sites. Like I came across this site that sort of documents names of roads in Bombay, but old roads, what they were called previously, and or why they were called what they're called, and it has all these sort of nuggets of information that you have to scour through a whole large chunk to sort of get a meaty line here or there. But
still fun.
I've gotten lucky.
Yeah. No, that I mean, I think that happens to me a lot as well. And I think a lot of doing the type work is basically finding all this information which may or may not even fit and then culling it down to what kind of actually builds the cohesive story, right? So once I do have a story, I have a tendency to go overboard and create like a little bit extra that can happen in the type walk. So especially when I did my first one, I was very nervous that people would just be bored. Like I would be talking at people and they would just not leave, and some of them would. None of that happened, and I would like to think maybe some of it was because of the extras that I was putting together. So, for instance, like we play bingo through the walks, people try and spot signs on their own to see if they can find, hand painted styles on them. That particular walk is a long one, so we take a break to have a drink, and then I lug like a bunch of interesting hand painted lettering books that everyone can look at because they've been seeing a lot of that out on the street. So, do you also kind of do something like that, or are you like much more confident in just like the signs that people are going to see and what you're going to talk about?
Not at all. I am petrified of speaking in front of an audience. I'm partly glad this is recorded, partly, but this comes with its own set of challenges. I would not have, like 10 years back, if someone had told me that, oh, you'd be, talking to audiences and like impromptu on the road in public, I would not be able to comprehend this reality. But somehow I think just doing the research, making sure I've overcompensated in multiple ways has sort of helped placate me. And at the end of the day, it's really helpful to see people happy and walking away with those stories, and it's a rewarding experience at the end of it. I also learn from these experiences as I do them, and that kind of helps. Like the card you see in someone's hand over here is someone on my walk holding up a card I thought would sort of help inform the walk some more, rather than them always having to look at the signs. They have something that's a little bit more in front of their face than on the top of a building somewhere, and it's also something that they can walk away with.
It's always nice, yeah. No, and I'm super glad that you bring up being like anxious and just like not feeling overly confident about them, because that's totally been like my experience as well. Like I love doing the type walks, but I also hate doing them, and it kind of goes hand in hand. So like that silly photograph that you see on the slide is me. It's actually me a few minutes before I had to leave for a walk, and then it's me again maybe 40 minutes later when I was doing the walk. So the way I'm feeling in both those moments is entirely, different. And I think it's pretty great that, I think it's really nice that you and I don't necessarily feel like confident people who can do this, but because we like doing it, because we prepare, we're actually able to do this at least reasonably well, right? We do them again and again, and people show up. And I think it's kind of important to realize that you don't have to be kind of, naturally talented at one of these things to be able to do it. I think, I mean, that's a lesson that would have come in very handy, when I was like 19 or something. And I hope it comes in handy to someone else. So I mean, of course, now we've put together a route and we've done our research and everything. But what kind of stories do you ultimately pick to tell in it?
So, like I said earlier, when I'm planning the route, I've figured out these signs that look interesting, but I find it more helpful to sort of tie them together with a story or tell a story about those letters itself. Right. For example, if you see the sign on the left-hand corner, the Noble Juice Center, some of you might recognize that as Mistral by Roger Excoffon. And what I do with my participants is that I will tell them that this is a typeface that was designed by a Frenchman in the 1950s.
Right.
A design from France has traveled all the way and come here to a small juice center at the corner of a road. The original sign went up in the 80s, as the owner told me. His father put it up, and it's dilapidated, like the E is kind of broken, and the letters are askew. But it's this typeface was sort of carved into wood and then mounted, which is why again the spacing is kind of off. But just drawing these connections and making something little bit more tangible kind of helps give them some sort of context to what I'm talking about, and also the scale of type design, because it's not just here how it connects us to other countries and other designers. The next one with Bombay Samachar, that has a really interesting history of its own. So I like to talk about how the newspaper itself is so significant.
It's a newspaper. Mumbai Samachar is a newspaper then.
Yes, Mumbai Samachar is a newspaper. The sign has Gujarati lettering as well as English. The Gujarati bit says Mumbai Samachar, while in English you have the Bombay Samachar, which I think refers to the company holdings versus the masthead that would then sort of talk to a Gujarati audience who might be more familiar with the name Mumbai rather than Bombay. But this is an incredible piece of history because this is the printing press for essentially the oldest vernacular newspaper in the country that is still in print. And that is incredible. They will turn 200 in 2 years. Like 2022 is, and just thinking about that makes me so excited that, something like this has been around for 2 centuries and it's on a road that's sort of named after it as well. So all these kind of tidbits are something I will sort of pack into this one spot over here. And then I'll quickly wrap up with the last sign. This also has a really cool story. It's really, you can see that it's above the first floor of the building, and it's usually covered with branches. I was lucky. They trimmed this tree the day I took the picture. So you can see what is the HMV logo on a metal sign, which is very dilapidated. It's a ghost sign almost, and you can barely spot it. But it's the only sign that tells us that the HMV studios used to be over here, which is where the Beatles recorded when they were visiting India.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so it's stories like that I feel like sort of stay with the people rather than the type itself. What about you? Do you tie things together with stories? How do you go about that?
Very similar to what you just explained, actually. In addition to that, I think one of the things that I enjoy doing when the opportunity presents itself is to kind of very specifically tie typographic history to something that people can see in front of them. I mean, most of us here have only studied this in books. So, like, I don't live in Rome. I'm not going to like be able to see, the inscriptions. So all of it is a little bit at a distance, right? So you read about it in books, you see pictures, but you don't necessarily see something right in front of you in your local environment which connects with it. So, for instance, the sign that you see on the left has like this modulated sans serif. This sign was sort of set up, I think, in the late 20s or early 30s. So what was then like a very fancy, posh theater where people would go dancing. And it gives an opportunity to talk about this particular style of lettering, kind of trace back its history, ask questions about, after so many years of its becoming popular, does it still invoke the same feeling when we look at it? Does it still feel fancy to us? Why does it do that? So those questions are always interesting to ask. The sign that you see next to it, not the sign, it's actually a picture of a headstone from a cemetery walk that I do. This, especially if I'm doing a walk with like designers or architects or students who are studying that, kind of immediately get attracted to because they can kind of identify the style of lettering as something that looks like futura. And, they're always keen on asking, oh, like, does this have future on it? And, for those who are a little bit more savvy, you'll know that it's not. But they also really enjoy one, being able to identify a type style, but then also learning a little bit more about it, and then hearing kind of my personal interest in it and how I've tried a lot to kind of tie this style of letter forms on the headstone to typefaces. Do they match? So, for instance, it looks very, very close to one of Rudolf Hoch's designs, which was also used in the titles of Yellow Submarine. So all of that kind of makes up a story that people both find interesting, and then suddenly these kind of letters, which are otherwise very dry to them, start to kind of imbibe meaning, which I think is what designers try to do all the time, and it's kind of nice to see people discover that meaning as well.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I try to do, though I'm not sure how successfully, to be honest, is kind of make people familiar with what design is, like as a discipline, because I think people struggle a lot with understanding what it's like. And I wonder if you ask yourself similar questions when you're setting up, a type work.
Yeah, I think one of the easy things to do on a type walk is to talk about constraints, to talk about how things can look the same or different. A very obvious example over here is the Arabia lettering. The two images on the right hand side are signs on top of a restaurant in Bombay. One has Arabia in English, while the other has it in Arabic. It's probably Nastali. But what is incredible is both of these signs have this kind of pixel font-like feel, which is something that one would normally associate with the digital space. And here you have it for a regular eatery, nothing fancy, definitely nothing futuristic.
Right.
And the reason it looks this way is because they use styles to create these letters, and how that sort of informs the shape of the letter form itself. And trying to draw, connection between the tool that's sort of used to create, or the material that's used to create, and how that sort of informs what comes out and what's the output is a kind of interesting thing for me to be able to point out on these letters.
That I think is something I've also been trying to talk about a little bit more in my works. And I mean, I think what I end up finding much more is bad examples than good ones of people trying to do that. So what you see here on the left is a sign that says danger in a bunch of languages. It has the obvious constraint of using stencils. It fails quite spectacularly. I mean, if one didn't read English and that strange bearded skull with the bones didn't exist, it's very likely that people wouldn't actually be able to tell what it means. But I mean, that's also always very interesting to see whether, whether the intention of a sign is actually carried through. And I think that also helps people think of design in sort of this logical way that one has an intention, one is trying to solve a problem. I think that kind of helps. And I think the danger sign is a good segue into just the fact that where you and I do these walks, there is a lot of languages and scripts that we see. So do you tell a lot of stories about like multilingual type and lettering, which I mean, otherwise you do all the time, but does that get included in the walk?
Yeah, it's really interesting to see those different languages, and we have to have two scripts. We have to have a Devanagari script up on our signs, which is why you see the image on the left has both English and Devanagari signs, which works for Marathi as well as Hindi. Right. What's incredible about that sign is how useful it is to a certain extent. So you have exit and petrol pump that are readable in the Hindi, but you have the acronym MAFFL. You're laughing because you can read the Hindi.
But I can read it,
yeah. But the Hindi also says MAFFFL. It's essentially transliterating the English acronym, and I don't know what MAFFL stands in English. I can't imagine someone who's reading the Hindi transliteration can make any sense of that. So a lot of things get lost in transliteration.
I mean, I guess true. I've actually been quite lucky in having to, in just being able to do a lot of walks, which really can also center around multilingual type. So the first walk that I ever did was in a neighborhood in Delhi called Paharganj. And it's right next to the central railway station in the city, which makes the signs around it very interesting because the railway station acts both as sort of a gateway into the city for people from all around the country, but it's also the place from where backpackers who've flown into the country take trains to and go to other parts of the country. So, I mean, for instance, you will see there is a sign here which is in Hebrew because Harbat House is in Paharganj. So you will see, I mean, so you have a bunch of Jewish signs. You also have a lot of like travel agencies which are catering to particular communities. So the one that you see here is clearly for Japanese speakers. Right. But at the same time, you'll also see a lot of these tiny restaurants which cater to people from different parts of the country who've come in search of work so they can find food which is like home. So all these signs really give an opportunity to talk about different scripts, how they might be alike or dissimilar, how the typographic history might be different. And it's kind of curious that even though most people who come to the walk can speak and read and write at least 2 languages, if not 3, most of them are still a little bit gobsmacked when they realize how differently scripts work from one another. And that's always like, I mean, I find it fascinating that they do, and it's kind of heartening to see that those who are not interested in type find it kind of equally interesting and worth kind of, looking into.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like you mentioned that there is a legal requirement, I think, in Bombay to have signs in 2 languages.
Yeah, you need to have, you need to have it in Marathi, which uses the Devanagari script. So Marathi in the Devanagari script needs to be there, and any other sign is extra. Like any other language is extra.
But I mean, if one were to look at the sign on the left, it looks more like the Marathi sign was optional and not the Latin one.
So what happened was that rule came about somewhere, I want to say in the early 2000s. And by that time, most shops had signs that had, it's not like they were going to, change everything, because it's also expensive to do that. So if you see VIP selection, you have VIP really bold and big in selection in this fancy green lettering which lights up at night. And then if you can see this really tiny green bit right below it. That says selection center in Hindi, and that's the way around. That's fairly common to see everywhere, where you either see a really small sign stuck in the corner of this really large masthead of a sign that all these shops have. Yeah, it's also not uncommon to see hand painted signs, because those were cheaper and quicker to just do. Here at least there's a plastic mounting over here, but yeah, you have all those go around.
Actually, a similar constraint in Bangalore, where all signs also need to be in Kannada. So, like what you see on the right is a handicraft store. I think it's the State Emporium store. Here, I mean, even though they haven't quite managed to do making the Kannada sign too small, which might also be because it's a public body. But like you see signs in all kinds of styles. So, the Latin sign will look one way, and the Kannada will just do its own thing. So it's actually kind of interesting how people choose to work with two scripts together when, we are used to thinking of them in these very cut and dried ways. It's always nice to see how people solve the same problem in ways that, catch their fancy.
And it's very likely, at least in the example in the left, it might not be a designer's choice. They just executed the end bit. But the idea or solution would have come from essentially a non-designer, which is also interesting to tell people that it's not just designers who design.
I mean, everyone does, right? One way or another. Okay, so now I kind of want to talk about something that you and I have discussed before, which is the idea of using these typewalks in the cities that we live in as some kind of living archives. And could you kind of segue us into this by talking a little bit about why we need to do that in the first place? Like, why don't you and I just go to a library?
Because our libraries aren't like the British library. I think both of us have got to experience that, and the experience here is very different. Our libraries, our museums are not as open, and even if by chance they have those collections, it's really, really hard to access them. There's a lot of red tape. You need to know someone's brothers, sisters, somebody's neighbor, something. And even then, there will be just so much paperwork to sort of get a membership over here.
You need to be a scholar of some kind to enter them. Apparently, we are not.
Yeah, you need a letter, and it's intimidating, but it's also effort that I'd rather put in just researching things or finding other ways to search for the things I want. So instead of that, I use the roads as
some kind
archives, makeshift archives or makeshift museums in some ways. The sign on the left that you see is a board. It's one board on the side of a shop. It's not even the main sign of the shop, but there are 10 different words written in 10 different styles, and it'll change. It's written in chalk on blackboard.
Wow.
It's going to it's going to
every day?
I don't think every day, but whenever there's something new, I think it's seasonal because they sort of change as their stocks change. Right. But it blows my mind that you'll have so many varieties that I've got it on this photo, but I will not get the next one. And sort of to capture it every time, those typewalks are really helpful to also see the changes in these signs that happen over time. And you kind of get to see them in the context of where they're used, how they're used, and you kind of see the design at work itself.
That's true.
Which is something that you might sort of miss out in a museum exhibit or in an actual archive itself.
So that's just so static, right? Whereas this is kind of ever changing and dynamic, and you could actually walk into someone making the sign one, which wasn't going to happen in a museum. Yeah.
And when you then talk to the owners, they've probably done this themselves, and they're so happy someone's noticed it, which is also a fun interaction in itself. The sign on the right is something that I usually point to design students, and I talk about multiple things. One, that you have a sans serif at the top of a Greco-Roman architect design, which kind of is disconnected from one another in itself. But also the fact that sans serifs first were sort of documented in the early 1800s. And to sort of see
It can't be an old
sans serif. Yeah, this is definitely not an old sign.
Right.
One way is you can look up original images of this, which might be hard to find. The other way is to just like realize that there's no way, somewhere Caslon discovered or invented sans serifs in the 1800s, I think 1816 or whatever, and it came.
Done that before, obviously.
Yeah, and just the ridiculousness of that allows you to dismiss this as being an original signage of the building. And so all kinds of stories about history and type history and dating things and how they can sort of inform one another, all of that comes into play at one sort of stop.
Yeah. So, I mean, you talk about dating. I think one of the things that I find very interesting is to try and find authorship. I mean, especially with public lettering in this country where barely anything is documented. It's very interesting to see if you can find a clue in a sign itself and then take that as a starting point for a little bit of a wild goose chase into, who the creator might be. So if you look at the headstone on the right, at its bottom right corner, you can just about tell these really tiny letters, which I mean, if you were there, you would be able to read. It just says Queries and Company. And I remember going to the cemetery and seeing that name and wondering if I could find out anything more about them. And as it turned out, I could. Like, the owner of this company was one Peter Sweries. He was born in 1815. He started a business to carve headstones. He had a son, Charles, who took over the business. The original business was started in Calcutta. His son took it to Allahabad. The crazy thing is, this headstone is in Delhi. So clearly, whoever this family was thought that there was no one in Delhi who was good enough to do this. So they actually got the whole thing from another city. Also, like, you can't really tell when this headstone was erected, but you can just about tell it was sometime in the 1900s. But there is also evidence that both Charles and Peter were dead by then. And Charles's brother-in-law was running the company then. So, I mean, and then that's where the kind of trail goes cold for this family and their business. And we don't know what happened, but we can tell that even after those two died, the business went on at least for a little bit more. And I think I don't think, to begin with, when I started looking at signs in the road, I thought that I could find these personal stories, especially of makers, right, who don't quite get the same even respect because they make these kinds of signs versus, say, a book designer. So it's always nice to be able to find a little bit more about authorship, just like it's nice to find out about dating when we look at these signs.
Absolutely. And I can't agree with you more about that. It's almost like interpreting things allows people to understand them a little bit more. And that understanding then allows sort of an appreciation, which can then lead to, better practice, protecting such styles or celebrating them even. And I think it's a really nice way to achieve that in like the most non-obvious way. But I completely agree with it. This is a really fun sign. So this is none of these signs are on any of my Typewalks because they're spread across the city. The pictures that you see on the top and the bottom are actually part of the same building. Like, it's a really wide building, and they're sort of at two ends of it. Sorry, I'm really close to a train station. And the sign in the middle is in a completely different place. And you can kind of see that the identity and the style of the lettering is the same. So the same person sort of created those letters. But they sort of expand and are spaced out furthermore where you have it across the side of a whole building. Whereas the image in the middle is a really cramped wall where you have to stuff both the English and the Devanagari lettering on the same thing. So you can see the headlines of the Hindi sort of touching one another. While on the top, it's difficult to read that because they've sort of spread it out and spaced it out way too much, including the conjuncts. It's super bizarre. But what this allows me to do is look at different interpretations of the same sign, almost. Like someone's thought of this idea, but then it's obviously mounted on a wall by someone completely different, and they've interpreted it in a different way. And you can see this interpretation in a lot more places, and I'm hoping to get more pictures of the other versions of this as well.
I mean, it's also kind of nice to realize with all of this is that design I mean, so many of us tend to think of design as this sort of solitary exercise.
Yeah.
And people tend to think of like one great designer, whereas most of these activities require a lot of different people. And whether we like it or not, a lot of them leave their sort of like greasy fingerprints on it, and that makes what the final design
Absolutely.
is. And it's, I mean, perhaps that's worth celebrating rather than dissing as something that didn't work out. Because that kind of pits one person's labor and skill against one another, and I don't think that's necessarily the best way to look at it.
Absolutely. And also maybe acknowledging that there are other people and then making it a little bit more foolproof, because you can allow for that also.
That's true.
So there are different ways to sort of solve for this issue. I particularly enjoy the diversity available over here. But I mean, if you want another outcome, then there are other solutions you could work towards.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of glad you brought up diversity, because this is one of my absolute favorite signs in Bangalore. All of these signs for Corporation Bank exist on the same building. It's not a large building. It's like, I think, 1 story high. And these are all just jam-packed one next to another. And
wow.
I mean, I really enjoy looking at them as someone who works in multilingual type design and typography, because they give like just these two completely opposite approaches to, like style matching. Like what you see on the top is someone's decision to try and match 3 scripts as much as possible without necessarily thinking of whether it works or not. On the bottom, for the same building, someone decided that they would just do what they felt like in each script, as long as that particular thing looked nice. And I think it's nice to kind of acknowledge that both those approaches are valid, depending on what problem you have and what kind of solution you're looking for and who your audience is. And I think the sign maybe has done more to kind of make me think about style matching than anything else. Like no talk, no book has quite done it as much as this one sign has. And to that extent, like even the city and what you see in it can be just as useful as what you read in a library. You just need to have the right tools to kind of interpret it, right? Like you were saying. And so like this is another example. This is a small gravestone again from my cemetery walk. And I'm always completely taken by just the number of styles you see on this, right? Like, I think so many of us, the way we are trained, would think that doing something like this on a headstone is almost disrespectful. I mean, the typography on it is cheerful to me almost, and why shouldn't it be? And is it really just my bias that I think that this is inappropriate? So it really helps me kind of question what I've learned, like literally learned in design school, and sometimes just setting it aside because, not all of it is right. And, there's a lot more context and perspective that I can bring into my work thanks to TypeWalks that, I couldn't have otherwise.
I completely agree with you. Before we proceed, can I go turn on the light because I look like a floating head now?
Please.
Okay, so this is an example of how I sort of got inspired by a sign that I saw. The sign on the left, for those who don't read Hindi, is those who read English, you can probably see a very stenciled N on the top in white, while you have a knee in Hindi sort of being formed at the bottom along with the sign on top. And that sort of is an acronym for Neelam, which is the name of the realtors that the sign is talking about.
Do you not see an R in the negative space?
Of the no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that right? as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and also in the N, I think it's been made into a stencil because it becomes an R up there also.
Good point. Though the funny thing about this is that Neelam is spelled wrong, right? In Hindi, the knee is wrong.
I think there's been lots of things that have been stuffed into just making this work, including the stencil idea. So it's incredible. I'd really like to find the designer and talk to them and be like, I was very excited when I saw this. And this is not a major realtor in Bombay. This is the only sign I've ever come across. But it just brought me so much joy. And I only have a picture of the story I posted about it, which is why you see the emojis around it. But things like that, then influence me in a very direct or indirect way to make the logo for Tupo Stampish Mumbai, which is a meetup that we do here in Bombay. Not so much recently, but this is the identity I got to make
No
for
one is
it.
meeting up. Tanya, it's all right. No one is meeting up.
So you have TNM, which stands for Tupostantish Mumbai, on top, and the same letters that would be the first letter in Hindi for them at the bottom. And, basically drawing connections between the archives that I have on the road and how to apply them into an actual use case. Yeah.
It's pretty cool. When you said that you could actually share such a clear example of that, I struggled with finding something which was so directly connected. And I think and what I really love about this is that it's actually not as directly connected as you've made it sound, right? It's merely the idea that is kind of taken home in your mind and in your heart rather than you trying to copy what you've seen. And I think that's so brilliant because seeing something can kind of spark a new kind of direction in one's mind.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be this one-to-one mapping. It'll influence you in so many different ways, and it's hard to keep track of that. Ooh, so I really like this quote. It's actually a contraction of a bunch of principles Freeman Tilden had. Should I read it out?
Why not?
So the chief aim of interpretation is not instruction, but provocation. Any interpretation that does not somehow relate to what is being displayed or described to something within the personality or experience of the visitor will be sterile. Information such as is not interpretation. Interpretation is revelation based upon information. But they are entirely different things. However, all interpretation includes information. This kind of a friend of mine who does a lot of walks introduced me to Freeman Tilden. He was the head of the national parks in the US, and he's sort of built these principles on how to go about doing these programs for visitors who would come to those parks. Right. And this is kind of based on that, and it sort of captures what I'd like to do, what I'm aiming to do, and a little bit of what I already do, all into this. The interpretation aspect of it, especially something that I don't want to just tell them facts about the place. I want to tell them, stories and tie them all together in a way that they can take away with themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's so. It really touches on an important thing where it says that it must kind of resonate with whoever is with you on a type walk, right? And I think for both of us, that is one of the reasons why we do them, because a lot of what we know about type for a lot of people, doesn't quite resonate in their experiences. And to be able to offer that to them, I think really is very useful, because then it is something that they are able to understand and view in a completely new way. And I think just for that reason, if like us, you live in a place where, libraries are horrible and museums won't let you in, or vice versa, TypeWalks would just be a great thing to do, because you have the opportunity to do this for yourself, but, also for other people.
Yeah, I know this happens in other cities, but I think it should happen in more cities around India, but also across the world. There's just so much diversity. There are letters everywhere. You can't have any public space without any signs on them. And there are stories to tell in all those letters. It doesn't have to be something fancy or exceptional. You could go in front of something and talk about why you hate it as well. One of my favorite bits on my walks is to rant in front of the sign that is on the Louis Vuitton showroom. It's the Louis Vuitton logo in Hindi.
It's horrible.
It's just the worst. And people who come on this walk...
This world. Interesting.
And the people who come on the walk then literally realize that, and they'll find, but this, you can't read this, and it's also the wrong spelling, and they will point out things that I have gone through so many times, and that's just such joy. So there are different ways to sort of make use of the letters that are in front of you. And I hope that this talk has sort of given you, a perspective on that, and maybe got you thinking about how you can do a type walk in your city in your neighborhood. With friends, even, it doesn't have to be strangers. You can start with friends and tell them
alone
what
for
you
a few
find
seconds,
interesting.
even.
Yes.
I did. But
Oh, I would. I've told you this before. I used to, when I was prepping for my walks, I would walk around with these headphones in my ears, and I had a script written down, which I would go and read in front of all these signs, basically making sure I know what all I needed to cover in front of all these signs. So I've done it on my own so many times that I've gotten a little better.
I mean, all of this to say that we hope all of you do it. There is no way you embarrass yourself more than Tanya and I have done already. And it's likely you'll have as much, if not more, fun than we do. So, yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in, especially those in India, because it's an early Saturday morning. And if you like what you saw, you may want to follow both of us on Instagram, which is TypeWknd. Thank you so much. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello everyone, this is Tapiwanashe Sebastian Garikayi, and I'm so happy to be presenting this year at a TypeWknd conference. I'm truly honored. I'm going to be presenting on Decolonizing Typography, the journey of creating a font for an African writing system. And I'm not going to talk much about myself. You're probably going to realize more about me. You're going to get to know me through what I'm going to be talking about today. So to begin with, there's so many writing systems in the world, and by writing systems I mean the systems that we use to transcribe or to translate what we speak into written language. So within these writing systems, we also have African writing systems that are native to the African continent, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with the most popular ones, the Egyptian hieroglyphs or Ethiopic. And actually, yes, some of them, we have about over 38 of them, both ancient and some of them are quite very modern, with the most recent coming out in around 2009, and some even in this year. And although the one that I'm going to be focusing on today actually is something we call the Mwangwego script. And this one was created in Southern Africa, and it's actually quite recent. It was created in the 20th century. It was created in Malawi, in Southern Africa, in Malawi. As you can see there on the map, it's actually down south there, where we have the small orange circle and the syllable for A there. And it's used to write the native languages of Malawi, the indigenous languages of Malawi, which include Chichewa, which is the main spoken one there in Malawi. And all the other indigenous languages are in Southern Africa. It's capable of writing all of those. And unfortunately, it can't write English. You can't write English using the Mwangwego script unless you transcribe it and you divide it into syllables. So actually, it was actually meant for the languages of the Southern Bantu group of languages. Okay, the languages that are spoken in Mozambique, Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, DRC Congo, Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda. So the main for today is Mr. Nolens Moses Mwangwego, and he is the inventor of the Mwangwego script, and it was actually named, he actually named it after himself, hence the Mwangwego script, and he was born in 1951. And fortunately enough, he's still alive, which is one of the things that actually drove me to work on this project, because the inventor is actually still alive, which means that the source of information is actually quite real, and it's actually easy to get in touch with him and actually try to get more information on the script and actually work with him, the man himself, yes. And so he first had the idea in 1977. That's when he had the initial idea of creating the script. But in April 1979, that's when he first created the symbols for the writing systems, and he worked on them over the years, over and over until again in 1997. That's when he had partially finished it, and he launched it then. And then he completed the whole project in 2003, making the total years that he worked on the project 24 years. As you can see, that's true dedication there. That's true dedications. That's true dedication. I mean, I'm not even 24 years old yet. Yeah, that's how dedicated this man was to his invention. So why create a writing system? What drove him to create the writing system? This is one of the things that I share with Mr. Nolens Mwangwego. This is something that also drove me to work on the project, because I totally resonate with his ideas and the reasons why he created the script. So he created the script to replace the Latin alphabet when writing the indigenous languages of Malawi. And just like him, I don't see a reason why we should be we should still be using the Latin alphabet in this age. Hence, we need to decolonize typography. We need to decolonize that aspect, because it's something that came with colonization and missionaries, and it doesn't resonate with us at all. We don't feel any part of any connection at all. And the other reason why he created this, which leads to the second reason he created this, is that it has to serve as one of the symbols of national unity and identity. Think of when you see the Chinese writing system or the Russian writing system, the Cyrillic, is it? When you look at them, you see identity. You see people belonging to a certain group. It's identity. And the other aspect is, well, here in Africa, we've got so many languages. Like in each country, we've got so many languages and so many tribes. And actually having a native writing system could actually foster national unity between the people of the country. So that's also one of the reasons why he created the writing system. And most importantly, to accurately represent the linguistic properties of the indigenous languages here in Africa, which is a huge problem that we have across Africa, that the Latin writing system actually doesn't accurately represent the way we speak. So we've got languages dying, and it's actually limited in terms of writing. The way you write language, it can be a bit confusing at times, and we've got so many problems with this. And I think the writing system, looking at it, it poses to solve that problem. So when talking about the writing system itself, the Mwangwego script, it's actually a syllabic writing system which uses symbols for syllables, and it is composed of 32 symbols only, which are called misisi. And this is one of the major differences already, like with the usual Latin writing system that I'm used to designing for. There we've got a change in terminology already. We call a shift from letters or from symbols to misisi, is it? So already we've got a shift in terminology, and that's one aspect of decolonizing. And as you can see, the letter forms are quite beautiful, and they're just 32 and it makes it easier to write. And when I started working on the project, my major source was the charts provided by Mr. Nolens Mwangwego on the drafts of the writing system. And there you can see the basic repertoire of the Misisi, when connected to the vowel marks. So there is the basic repertoires of the Misisi when connected to the vowel marks. And this actually helped me in determining the actual shapes of the Misisi or the symbols, so that it to be accurate, and the morphology will be the same. It wouldn't be something that I would make up and actually rob Mr. Mwangwego of his initial design. So it was a very important aspect to consider when looking at the sources. And then the other type of sources that I looked at were the charts for the different types of compositions we have, or different types of word compositions. So the initial ones are the Misisi words. The Misisi words are actually composed, the basic words that are formed by the basic Misisi symbols. And then we've got the Misiri words, which are symbols that are words that are composed of the Misiri, which are basically the Misisi, or the symbols connected to the vowel marks. Okay, connected to the vowel marks. When they are now connected to the vowel marks, they are called Misiri. Okay, and then the Mituyo words, which actually feature the diacritics. Okay, we're going to look at those. The diacritics, or as they are called, the Mituyo. Okay, that's the terminology we use with the Mwangwego writing system. The Mituyo, those are the diacritics. So this actually helps in understanding how the letter forms are constructed, the spacing between them, and how they relate to each other. And this is crucial in making the initial design decisions when designing a font for such a writing system. And this actually helped me when I was creating the Mwangwego script, because I had proper guidance when creating it. And the other source as well was the book that was created by Mr. Mwangwego, the first and I think currently the only book on the Mwangwego script that was created using the Mwangwego script. And as you can see, it looks quite beautiful and handmade. It's actually beautiful, and it actually helps in determining also the relation between the letters, the repetitions, the consistencies, and the spacing, how it relates to diacritics and all that stuff. And this is the crucial aspect as well in designing a font. You need to look at all these source text so that you can better understand the writing system. How will it look? How will one symbol look next to the other? And after all this, I created the first 32 Misisi syllables and the Latin, and as you can see, the Latin equivalents, and they look quite beautiful. And there we've got the vowel marks, the A, E, O, and U, and we've got the diacritics, the Mituyo or Mituyo, okay? The diacritics or the Mituyo. And actually, most of them, okay? As you can see, they are basically 11 base diacritics or Mituyo, and then the others are just stacked together, okay? They're just stacked together. And out of those, all of them, 5 of them are placed above or below. So we've got one that's placed below, and we've got 4 others, okay, that are placed above. And then the rest are placed beside the syllable that they are modifying. The rest are placed beside the syllable that they are modifying. And we're going to see how it comes to play later on. So in terms of the design itself, when I designed it, I actually took inspiration from ballpoint pen writing, which is very popular here this side of the world. It's the main tool that we use for writing, and that's the one that I drew inspiration from, and I had to mimic it. Then you see the rounded tips on the letter forms, and that smooth flow mimic ballpoint writing, and to make sure that the morphology of the letters and the overall look of the letters is still the same with the original. And another thing that I considered was the similarity in shapes. When you look at the letters on the chassis, as you can see, the symbols for sa and sha, as you can see, they look very similar with a very little difference. And there are so many other symbols that actually look similar. And I think when I designed the font, I had to consider that and had to make sure that it appeared in whatever I was creating. And so there you can see the sha, the sa, the ma, the sa, and they all look similar. And then in terms of the height of the letters, I had to work with the cap height. So the Mwangwego script, unlike the Latin script, doesn't have an X height, and that's one of the things that I learned from this process, that I had to decolonize my mind for this. I actually had to block out everything I know about the Latin script, everything I've learned about typography, about type making and everything, so that I could focus on this, because this was totally different. I had to take a whole new different approach. So considering that, I had to work with a baseline cap height only, and another height for the diacritics, to make space for the diacritics. So that's one of the major differences that's there from what I'm used to. And then in terms of the weight, I had to work with one weight. Why? Because when you look at the Mwangwego writing script, the way the characters are constructed, we don't have alternate characters whereby we have lowercase and uppercase, and we also have a mixture of vowel marks being included there and diacritics coming in beside, above, and below randomly. And so, considering all that, if I had to make a weight that was too heavy or too light, that would actually hinder the legibility of the whole typeface, of the whole writing system, and it would be quite difficult to read. So I had to work with a neutral weight, which is a medium weight, and yeah, that's the design decision that I had to take on going on there. And then in terms of the orientation of the writing system, it's written from left to right. It's written from left to right, and it's very upright. As you can see from the source text, it's very, very upright. There are no italics. It's not leaning in any manner. So italics don't exist, which is another difference from other writing systems. Italics don't exist at all. So it's just upright as it is, and it looks beautiful as it is. And if I was to include italics, it would become totally unreadable, and also difficult. And as you can see, this writing system is very basic and very simple. It's actually easy, and further complicating it by adding things like italics makes it something else. And then the last thing that I had to work on was the text shaping, and this was actually how to combine the base mituyos or the base msisis, the syllables, okay, to the vowel marks, so that they can come up with the misisi. So the first thing there is what you can see there, the misisi combining with the vowel mark to get the mituyo. Okay, so the ba plus o equals o. And so I had to write open type features for that. And the ba plus mula, the diacritic mula, equals bla. And that's the final composition there. And ba plus mituyo mi wire, which is the diacritic mi wire, and you get bla, like that. Okay. So that's the basic text shaping that I had to consider when writing the open type features for the font, and it actually worked beautifully. It's actually quite easy to use. So yeah, that's basically it about the Mwangweko script. It's currently it's not yet encoded into the Unicode consortium. So people are still working on it. Actually, there's a proposal that was written by Michael Everson on the Mwangwego script so that it can be encoded, and is working with Mr. Mwangwego and the other several people as well that are working on the project so that the Mwangwego script can be encoded into the Unicode consortium. So that's pretty good progress there. And currently, the script is over 20,000 speakers. People have been taught to write the system by Mr. Mwangwego, and is trying to work with the government so that it can be incorporated into schools, and they can actually start teaching the writing script on a national level. But government African governments can be a bit something else. Yeah, they hinder progress. Yeah, that's it. They hinder progress. So it's actually also to get the government on board. But yeah, he's trying to make sure that it happens as soon as possible. And hopefully by end of this year, something should be up in terms of that in that aspect. So what I've learned through this is that as designers, we've got a role to play. We've got a role to play towards this. And for me in particular, in this script, I saw an opportunity that this writing script, in terms of the education process of educating people, it was lacking in terms of the font, because it would be difficult to produce books, mobile apps, and stuff like that when you don't have a font that exists for the writing system. It becomes a very, 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 very tedious process to come up with books and stuff. As you have seen from the book that I showed you earlier by Mr. Mwangwego, it's very, very, it was handmade, and you can see that a lot of work was put in making that. And it would have been easier if there was a font that was there. It would have made the work less, very, very less. So yeah, that's basically it. I hope more designers can push towards such initiatives all over the world, so that these writing systems can be revived and they can be used with the communities in need. And actually, for the Mwangwego script, in terms of education, it will go a long way in helping with the literacy rates within the country, and hopefully within the region, because the Latin script hinders the way people learn local languages. It's very, very difficult, and people are forced to then learn English, which is also another hurdle, and they have to spend so much time learning English instead of doing what they should be doing with the languages that they have. So yeah, I really hope that changes for better. Thank you, Tatenda Siyabonga. I'm very grateful to be part of this. Thank you very much, Tatenda Siyabonga.
Hi TypeWknd, I'm Kawal Oberoi. I'm a freelance graphic designer and podcaster from India. I have a sick man bun. I am 5,040 point tall, and it's really awkward to be speaking to an audience I can't see, but I'm gonna try my best. You can check out my work on my website kawal.co or watch my last year's talk at Brand New Conference. This presentation is not about my work because I have been nominated to share my knowledge and experience on a topic that's equally important to our profession, which is pricing and budgeting projects as a freelancer with respect to a difficult market like India. Before we start, I want to put out some disclaimers. Even though I have worked with clients from US and Europe, my major client base is still in India. Therefore, most of the insights are India-centric. Also, I was midway in creating this presentation when I put out a poll on my social media accounts asking Indian designers who were interested in freelance to tell me about the questions they had on this topic. I was surprised that 80% of the questions were on the things that I thought people already knew. So I had to reconsider all of the content, and I have redone the entire presentation to address more of beginner level questions. So with this presentation, I'm sharing things I wish I knew when I was starting out, because at some point freelance was difficult for me. Then it became financially sustainable. Now, fingers crossed, it is kind of financially rewarding. And I have never felt like quitting freelance, although sometimes I do feel like trying out how it feels to be an in-house designer or work with my favorite teams, but never due to financial aspect of the work. Of course, fingers crossed. Who is this presentation for? If you are a young designer who want to get full-time into freelance, this presentation is made for you. If you have spent less than 3 years freelancing, you will find this quite useful. If you have spent 3 to 5 years freelancing, you will find it mildly useful. And if you have spent more than 5 years in freelancing, then congratulations, because it means freelancing is financially rewarding for you. So you don't need my advice. You can probably listen to my podcast where I talk to people who are smarter than me, or take a break till the next talk. Okay, bye. Now, for those of you who have stayed, I have tried to cover as much as I can about this tricky topic. Pricing is a skill that takes time to learn, so this talk won't answer all your questions about this topic, but I have tried my best to give you a framework and enough information material to get you started and find your own formula. So, let's start by talking about this concept called value. That is, people pay you because they see value in what you are giving them. So many times I encounter designers, especially the ones who are starting out, who act from a place of an internal metaphysical denial of their own value. that their work and labor doesn't have an actual value, even though somebody else is using it for a desired purpose. People are doing a favor by paying them. This denial is evident in the kind of dramatic posts that some designers share on social media. You are saying that there's no value to my work, but give me money because I have to pay bills. And then there are statements like normalize asking for money for creative work. Stuff like this baffles me because who made getting paid for labor an abnormal thing? We literally do that every day. We do that with cleaners, doctors, teachers, etc., etc. How is this work different? I think most of these comments come from an internal denial. So before you convince a client that your work has value, you yourself have to be convinced. So first thing first, you should confront this internal denial. One way of doing that is by articulating the value of your work. Sit down and think deeply about what you do and how it adds value to the world. Talk to friends, mentors, people you trust, and write everything down. Another way of confronting this denial is by getting more work experience. You can work or intern with somebody who can use your work and sell it to a client. This will give you a proof of concept that your work has value. And sometimes this denial can come from low self-esteem or other internal issues. In that case, therapy can help. Now let's talk about another concept called money. Strangely, money is villainized in a lot of design circles. The thing is, there was a Big Bang, there were planets, Earth, single cell life, life on land, primates, humans, civilizations. One chicken will fetch you 3 bags of unbleached rice. Fast forward, humans invented money and making transactions and accounting easier. So unless humans evolve beyond the need of money, we are stuck with the system. So get comfortable with it. We exchange value for money. And most of the times when designers say that the clients aren't ready to pay what they are worth, it is because the designers haven't talked about the value they bring to the client. That's my cousin Amritpal. He earns his living by tying turbans at different occasions. One time his client asked him why he's charging 20 times for tying turban at his son's wedding than what he charged for one-day tutorial. He said, I'm not charging for the act of tying turban, but I'm charging for what this turban represents on this occasion. The praises your son will receive, the memories it will create, and to be able to make it happen in this busy wedding season. The client happily paid the money. So you need to fundamentally change the way you think and talk about the value of your work. You need to articulate value from client's point of view. Broadly speaking, in my experience, when it comes to hiring a designer, a client decides your value according to the following factors. Your expertise with respect to the problem at hand. Number 2, your credibility. 3, risk reduction. 4, responsiveness. And I can tell you, if you are a reliable designer in India, you are among top 1% of the people. 5th, return on investment. Are they getting what they are spending money on? 6th, availability/demand. Business objectives have timelines, and if you are available and able to deliver something in those timelines, you have higher value. And I think in India, clients value these 3 things above all other factors. Now let's talk about more tangible things like the cost of freelancing, that is, price of your time as a freelancer. Let's call it T. This is a number you should know to a highest resolution possible. You need 2 values to decide this. Let's call them T1 and T2. To calculate T1, find your yearly expenditure. That is sum total of all your bills, softwares, tools, paperwork, etc. On top of it, add to that your saving goals, that is money you'd like to save or grow. Now, divide it by the number of hours you'd like to work in a year. As a freelancer, you won't get work throughout this year. So on an average, it will be around 70 to 80% of your time. That's how you get T1. Let's calculate T2. So T2 is money you would be making in a full-time job if you were not doing a freelance, and divided by the number of hours you are going to work in a year. Because you could be doing something else than a freelance, why do this? So the larger value among T1 and T2 becomes your T value, that is the cost of your time as a freelancer. Now, from a client side, a project typically goes through these stages. A client gets in touch with agencies and freelancers, client requests proposal from selected ones, and client gives the work contract to one of them. So the quality of discussion you will have with the client pre-request for proposal stage will determine A, how much a client values you, and B, how much you can quote for a project. Now, how should we price our work? Well, in service like ours, where there are multiple controllable and uncontrollable value factors, I view pricing as a range instead of a single number. And that range depends on the pricing strategy that we'll talk in a bit. Before that, let me show you how I see this range. So every range comes with a floor value and a ceiling value. The floor value is the sum total of the cost of your time for a project and the scenario specific cost that you have to spend extra on that particular project. That's your floor value. So ceiling is a hypothetical and extremely blurry value, and if you quote any price above that value, you lose a reasonable client. And we don't know this value, but we can gauge it, and I'll come to that. How can we gauge it in different scenarios? So the other thing I'd like to suggest you is to get the best estimate of industry prices for certain kind of work. Find it anyhow, Google, gossip, friends, past clients, new clients, anyhow. Now this gives you a range where you and the client both want to strike a good deal. During this phase, I will tell you to leave the designer in you at the studio and be a negotiator for that designer. Apart from F, all other values are pure estimates. And the more time you spend freelancing, the more clear those values start becoming. Now let's look at the pricing strategies and see what these values and ranges mean in context to each of those strategies. There's no one size fit all way of pricing. It depends from task to task, work to work, client to client, and market to market. Number 1. Quite popular method in the West, but good luck to anyone trying to charge as per this method in India. Firstly, due to social and cultural norms, it's not a common practice here. Secondly, justifying the hours you spend on a piece of work to a client would be super difficult, as most of the clients here are extremely parsimonious. On the top of it, I might be making way less money using this method because this method punishes efficiency and does not account for the price of the idea. Well, it's a good method for pricing linear work with well-defined goals like website development, creating artworks, etc. etc. In this method, the floor value equals to your T value. If you are a beginner, you can start by pricing yourself at F and keep increasing the price in consecutive projects. Soon the market will tell you when you reach the ceiling value because you will start losing multiple consecutive deals. That's the time you have to readjust the dial to reach a sweet spot. Second, a week's or a month's work contract. Again, this is a time-based method and it makes it difficult for a client who aren't designers to see the justification of the time as they don't know the cadence at which a designer delivers. Although this is a popular method for mid to large scale businesses, creative agencies and design studios to hire freelance designers. In fact, I have worked with a lot of studios based on this method. In this method, mostly the scope of work, expectations and terms are dictated by the person who is hiring you. As a rule of thumb, you can easily ask for 1.5 to 2 times of what a fully salaried person costs to the client because you are being hired on demand and with less liability to a studio. And creative industry is so well knit, you can literally pick up the call and ask a friend who has past work experience with that particular company. In this method, your floor value would be T multiplied by work plus commute and travel, stay, extra tools, etc. etc. This is a highly competitive space, and in my experience, the only way to increase your ceiling value is by being highly specialized and being available. And while negotiating, learn to read the room because in this space, people are mostly upfront and comfortable in asserting the right price. Number 3, retainership. If you're looking for a financial safety, this is a good method for you. Here, you and the client decide on monthly charges for a set number of deliverables, and the contract can span up to multiple months or a year or more. My advice is to only pursue this if you have developed a relationship with the client and maybe do a 1-month paid trial. Keep note of return on investment for the client and company's growth. And in your contract, keep a provision for revised pricing and negotiation every 3 to 6 months because the workload might change. The downside of retainership is that you will eventually feel like you're hitting a growth plateau and monotony. You can combat it by committing only 1/4 of your time to this method and rest of the time for other client work. Here the floor value is T multiplied by the time you'd want to give it every day, multiply by the days in a month, plus any extra cost of services and assets that you like to purchase for specific work, but you can always have it in the agreement to bill those separately to the client. You can increase your ceiling value by showing specific expertise, more ROI, and better chemistry with the client. Now, flat pricing or service packages. Most of the low budget clients in India love this method as they know what they are getting for what price. Here, as a designer, you assign a cost for a kind of deliverable with clearly mentioned terms. For example, a brochure of 12 spreads will cost X and a client can only do 2 revisions over a week's time, and these are final files the client will get, and extra will cost so and so. A clearly defined package for an upfront payment. I'm not a fan of this method, but I use this pricing strategy in 2 scenarios. First, there are so many industries in India that do not hire designers for anything. They have never tasted good design and what it can do to their businesses. So I use this method to give them a taste of design, and once they have tasted good design, they can't bear bad design. I have gotten a lot of clients with this. Secondly, using it for add-on deliverables after the project is over. That's a good idea because by then I know the cost for me and client's expectation and how much they are ready to pay. Also, I make sure the client knows that this will be revised every 3 to 6 months. In this method, you calculate the floor value precisely as the terms are in your control. Ceiling is when nobody is buying your service package for too long. Simple. You can increase the ceiling value in this method by more credibility, more ROI, and clarity. But this raises the question that should a logo for a cocktail party be priced the same as the logo for a 10-year-old corporation? More importantly, will the client feel you are doing justice to the work? Secondly, does it matter how much time you take if the work gets done? This is where you mature as a designer and go for pro-level pricing. Remember I said my effort is to show to the client the value I bring to the table before the request for proposal stage. I use that in these kind of methods. So, project-based pricing. This is where you sit with the client and hear their problems and goals and help them articulate it better. This is the non-paying part of your job that will ensure that you get paid better later. This is the time when the client is not just sharing their problem with you, but also gauging the value you bring to her. And after this discussion, list down a highly precise scope of work. By the way, this is another skill you need as a graphic designer. That is to be able to decode what will really solve client's problem. Analyze the scope and estimate the design work related and non-design work related time you will have to spend on the project. Be highly pessimistic with this estimate. Multiply that by T and the cost of any additional tools or assets that you will have to allocate for this. The downside of the project-based pricing is that even though you have listed everything, you will still have scope creep that you can't escape, especially if you're operating in India. Let me introduce you to Dhania Mirchi Index. In India, when people buy vegetables, they expect free Dhania Mirchi along with that. This attitude can be seen in most of the things we spend money on. So I asked a vegetable vendor that how is he able to give free dhania mirchi. He's like, the price of this is adjusted in the rest of vegetable. Simple. So you take all the calculations you did, add 10 to 30% of the dhania mirchi index. Now you have the floor value for this pricing style. And you will notice that the floor value for different kind of projects, that is a logo for one-time party versus a big corporation, will be entirely different. Downside is that this pricing method comes with a very fuzzy ceiling value. An upside is that it also has a room for a lot of negotiation. Always add a fair amount of profit and room for negotiation while quoting your first price, because there will be negotiation from client side, and if there isn't one, then you have definitely priced yourself really low. The good part is that you have control of making odds in your favor by asserting your values in the scope determination phase. Now, you might raise this question that, Kawal, this sounds like a big playground. How do I make the ceiling value less blurry? Good question. I'll tell you about how you can do that, but before that, let's talk about some other methods. Value-based pricing. This is absolutely a beast of pricing strategy, but it requires a lot of belief, expertise, and business acumen. This is where you're charging directly for the value your design is going to bring to the client. This only works for high budget clients and can only be applied to quantifiable and achievable metrics and business goals. Here's how it works. So you ask the client to quantify the financial profit goal they want to achieve through a design intervention. You try to figure out the ways you can help them achieve it, and you charge a percentage of that profit. Clients will usually want accountability related to that, and you can give them a risk discount. Let's say if the goal isn't achieved, the client pays only 50% of your fee. In this method, you have a lot at stake, but if you make it happen, you'd be really rich. Method 7, royalty. This method is a sibling of value-based pricing and usually works well where there is a traceable number of uses. It is an extremely popular method when it comes to creating merchandise on a specific artwork. In fact, I also get small amount of money via royalty each month. This method is pretty simple. You get a percentage of share of profit for each usage of your work. 8th, equity. Extremely popular method among designers who work with startups. So if a promising client needs a high design involvement in their business and they don't have the budget you have quoted, you can ask for equity. This is a complete gamble. You are trusting the other person's capability to succeed. I know a lot of designers in my own circle who work like this. Next up, licensing. It is not a pricing strategy, but an entire subject in itself. Type designers know this. It's a backbone of type industry. But in the context of our discussion regarding pricing, I want to talk about limiting a license rights. Let's say a client doesn't have the budget you'd want. You can negotiate a deal where you have limited usage license of your artwork. Now, you might ask, what's my favorite method? Although I use a mix of all these methods, but 80 to 90% of my revenue comes from a project-based pricing, but enhanced with evaluation style based on value-based pricing. Let me explain. Remember the calculation we did in the project-based pricing, and I said that the ceiling value is super blurry, and remember the value we calculated in the value-based pricing model? So I try my best to estimate both of these things, and I use the value calculated in the value-based pricing as the ceiling value for the project-based pricing. Because I know from the client's perspective, the client is making similar calculations to decide the maximum budget for a particular project. And any good business person is happy to spend this price. Now C is the goal, and it's up to me to strike the best deal by persuading the client based on the value metrics we talked about. This is it. This is what I use. Since what you're making is bespoke to that particular client and it is unusable by anybody else, you should consider an advance payment before you officially confirm the work in your schedule. This also brings client seriousness in the project. Secondly, in India, sadly, we have a horrible culture of people not paying on time. And I hate chasing clients for unpaid invoices. And I also like to sleep well at night. So I divide my payment into 3 to 4 installments. Also, my contract lists that only upon the last payment, the client can officially use the work that I have created. And there's absolutely no excuse for a serious and reasonable client to deny this method. And with higher prices come higher responsibility. When the project gets over, the client is going to assess the ROI, and that will determine if you will get more business, more work recommendation, good reputation in the industry or not. This is one of the things that will make sure that you have enough incentives to deliver well and not just become the high charging freelance bro dude. And irrespective of whatever pricing method you choose, get a contract in place. I'm not covering this topic because a lawyer should speak on this. Get a lawyer to draft it for you. And if you think lawyers are expensive, you are going to hate how expensive not having one is. Lastly, I would say most often than not, freelancers don't have problem with respect to pricing, but a general lack of behavioral requirement to be able to charge the right price and conduct a freelance work. Make sure you spend enough time brushing those skills up. I'm not going to cover that because the talk is almost over. Happy freelancing!
Hello everyone, I'm Chaiti. I live in India, hustle in between Calcutta and Shantiniketan, where I study history of art in Kolabhavan. Otherwise, I would like to call myself a visual decoder. My plan is to put a tiny portion of my research on the Indian Matchbox packaging design that is pertinent to the motive of TypeWknd. What I assume is to celebrate and promote the art of type, lettering, fonts through various facets of it. Matchboxes are to be found everywhere in India, right from a dingy kitchen to the holiest temple out there. The structural design of a matchbox, given the part that it plays in the product's usage, has not changed substantially, thus making it the oldest unchanged form of consumer product packaging in the arena of visual culture still surviving today. However, the graphic and typographic design of the visual and textual matter applied to the packaging has undergone considerable amount of change throughout its history. I am interested how typography along with iconography acts as a dynamic vehicle for graphic design in India and adjacent countries. India has always been a collective approach, and how the heterogeneous collective approach in India can unify to contribute towards a sustainable future for all. As India servicially promotes the concept of unity and diversity, there is an urgent need of speculation on how design can contribute to an ideal mode of secularism. As many of you are aware that innumerable languages besides the popular ones like Bangla, Hindi, Kannada, Marathi, Punjabi, Oriya, Sanskrit, Sindhi, Tamil, Telugu, Urdu and so many others are spoken in India. And there is a problem, the Indic scripts or the Brahmi scripts that include the Dravidian and Devanagari writing systems still did not attract enough attention to have a systematic printing and typographic convention. So I'll come to it, it will be a part of today's discourse. So matchboxes are tiny and almost ephemeral objects of functionality. I will try to analyze the facets that influence the typography and adjacent iconography of the omnipresent designs. I'm not a typesetter or a type scientist in the strictest sense, therefore I will avoid using too much of typographic jargons, and the vintage labels that you will find in this presentation are collected by research from archives, filmunists and matchbox enthusiasts. The contemporary ones are photographed from my own collection of over 500 unique samples. Prior to World War I, most of the Indian matches were imported from Sweden, Austria and Japan, and also from Czechoslovakia. In Calcutta, match industries were started under the auspices of Indian Swadeshi or Swaraj movement of 1905 to 1906, in which Bengal took lead. The dream of an Azad Bharatvarsha was emancipated in all, and the sparks of brave resistance ignited across the nation. The British-made goods were discarded, use of Indian-made goods were promoted, and the idea of a self-made was Swadeshi, and the concept of a self-sustainable nation was Swaraj. The contextual agenda of these matchboxes are what we call now as creative direct action. Innumerable such matchbox designs were available that proved to be extremely important and effective method for spreading the message of independence and rightful partition that appropriated the zeal to experience the freedom once and for all. It is important to mention that in 1910, when Japanese immigrants settled in Calcutta, Japanese traders got good hold of the Indian market to introduce vibrant match covers composed of unique flat woodcut illustrations. The Japanese can be acknowledged in this regard as they taught the skills in match production to people employed in these small-scale industries in Bengal. Post-World War II, these skilled laborers migrated to Tamil Nadu to find favorable weather conditions characterized by dry weather and availability of plenty of raw materials to establish the matchbox industries. They settled around Shivakashi, and which is called still they are called the Match Kings of India, and it is almost a folk household activity to manufacture matchboxes by hand in Shivakashi still now. To explore the ways in which typographers and typesetters and graphic artists address and adapt to the societal changes, rapid economic evolution and industrial development, we need to look briefly into what constitutes the type or the choice of design. A person has the ability to remember, thus recognize forms, words, letters, motifs, publicity, images that comprises our visual culture. We are continuously interpreting the popular visual culture without conscious knowledge. Unconsciously and subconsciously, we are all encountering these images, thereby getting affected, and the social fabric is also getting affected to a considerable extent. The matchbox labels that we encounter are of course a part of this regular culture and unarguably a part of large social collective activity with individuals possessing dissimilar memories and perspectives. The match cover designs identify peculiar cultural variations of aesthetics that screams of idiosyncrasy. It is a functional object, a conversation starter, discarded often after one use, and also might be a keepsake. Owing to the unmechanized small-scale industry, manual fonts are also noticeable, which are directly hand-carved, like for the earlier Indian matchboxes, which are directly hand-carved on wooden blocks or directly drawn onto the lithograph sheet, like the lithograph stone for oleograph, like color lithograph printing. So, and the center of focus or the central container is called the medal, and the medals take form of badges, labels, and ribbons, as the designer finds fit. And in the earlier matchboxes, in the earlier 19th century and 20th century matchboxes, we come across primary colors and poor colors because of the cheap printing and simple layout, very less ornamental fonts, and letter forms are in manual type settings, and there is no device or mechanized typesetting industry at that point of time. So it's all a very manual and a playful thing at that point of time. The entire matchbox over has the same kind of arrangement with medal or without the medal as a central container for the title or the brand name that is most often juxtaposed by an emblem or a synonymous image which takes up most of the space on the box. This began to become a defining style. The fonts in the present day Indian matchboxes are typesetted, and we come across a lot of gradients and robust backgrounds and intelligent juxtaposition of words and icons, and we also find various commonalities and plagiarisms in the modern day matchboxes, and the expression of technologically evolved India come into play, and this would be a zoomed in conversation of the matchboxes, and these matchboxes are very small. They are smaller than your mobile screen, so you have to derive from this kitsch typography and cheap printing and colorful motifs. With the decade of Y2K or the 2000s, the graphic art sector encountered computer-generated graphics, and the GUI softwares like Photoshop, CorelDRAW, and Inkscape, and many others that introduced scaling and warping of the fonts soon favorably engulfed the graphic art discipline, and thus bringing in substantial changes in the imagery. The hybridity of Indian culture lies in the fact that thematically they are completely different than the West. And here the popular visual connotations are heavily dominated by local mythology, auspiciousness, being lucky, magic realism, and religion, and most importantly religion. The typefaces that were in popular use, such as Salons, Bodoni, Didot, and others of a similar modern serif style, were the ones first applied to Matchbox label designs. The typography of a Matchbox label is dictated by what is fashionable and hence available at the time. Some companies gradually began to use sans serif fonts for greater readability, and bold typefaces work the best. Condensed, grotesque, and serif fonts to gain immense popularity. We also stumble upon designs which are highly intelligent juxtaposition of more than one fonts or fonts converted into icons, as we see on the screen. The omnipresence of this ephemerality of the object proved to be advantageous for the brands trying to promote their vices through the miniature surface of the Matchbox. And then we come across the archetypes and the prototypes and the great plagiarism playground where there is this ship by Wimco. Wimco is a Swedish counterpart of Indian match industry, and AIM, ITC's AIM. So these are the two archetypes, and all of them, these are plagiarized prototypes of these archetypes. And as you can see that they have directly and quite directly and pretty and in some very indirectly forged the type style and even the dash mark and the superior or the quality kind of catchphrases, even the color and even the kind of motif, or even the color of the medal that is yellow in the sheep, or the color of the medal in AIM, like the concentric circles that come in the ATM world and compass and colors. So this is a plagiarism playground, and because there are no copyright laws that govern the cottage sector goods, this idea of reflected glory becomes very prominent. Also in here we can see taka, teka, tika, all are similar looking, and the vibe it directly connects the audience, the consumers, to the long-standing tradition of playing cards in India. And it does not matter actually to them, and there is, and I say that there is no copyright laws that govern it. And by taking here also we saw in the last slide, and also in this slide, Apple, Facebook, and the WhatsApp logo. Apple, Facebook, WhatsApp, and all these guys never did something for the Matchboxes, but their brand name is completely forged to attract a loyal base of consumers, and so that this small cottage sectors can make more selling. They can get more audience because these are already trusted brands. So and also about this Baba horse, this is becoming very famous nowadays, and this bigger two Baba horse and horse run are very recent collections, and there are multiple of this, and these are very few of them. So the Indian bazaar is pervaded by such examples, and the Indian bazaar or the marketplace plays an imperative role in shaping the vestigial art and design forms like Matchbox packaging, and the unorganized temporal bazaar is a fascinating site of investigation. It makes you realize that why each area or state in India has a very, very, very dissimilar yet a somehow cohesive visual expression. As Ashish Nandy, a social theorist among many other things, rightly points out that India has three stages of readily identifiable popular cultures. One is folk culture, the popular culture of the rural people, their local fairs, folk art, theatres and folklores, and the second one is mass culture, the popular culture of the country at a fixed phase or fixed point of time, and like the regional films, city cultures, regional radio broadcasts, national fairs, etc. And the third one is the exportable popular culture, and that is standardized, and the popular culture that is polished and that can be exported globally, like the films that make into the international film festivals, international fairs, globally aired TV channels, soaps, films, etc. Therefore, the popular culture in a truly Indian context is much more complicated than the West, and it deserves intricate attention. As the Indian matchmakers, designers and the marketing agencies are maturing in their profession, their influence is penetrating the Indian society. Although graphic designers and visual communicators often work at the frontiers of socio-economical development, in Indian cottage industry, still they are not as much acknowledged as the West. And therefore, the economic situation of these designers in this field is not at all integrated. And their quality of gadgets, machinery, praise is neither improved nor cutting the edge. Let me remind you, the Indian designers who work for the small-scale cottage industries are not academic designers. Rather, they work in a truly bazaar environment, and their devices or systems are more of a machine to them, where they vent out their habitual creativity. So it's understandable that they do not execute prefetched theories or concepts of design. Rather, they come to a conclusion with trial and error. So there is a playful element always working in this context. Type on Matchbox is not independent in Indian subcontinent, and they are more often juxtaposed by images. The main reason are based on several factors. One, the caste system had been very dominant in the recent past in India, which is why only the upper caste were allowed to study, leaving the rest of the population illiterate. And because of this high rate of illiteracy and no access to education, it became easier for illiterate people to identify consumer goods by images that stayed in their visual memory. The partition of India on the basis of religion saw a large number of migrants directly becoming refugees and saving their lives and settling down, it is still a great deal in India. And therefore, for the underprivileged, education became secondary and almost like a luxury. In India, there are more than 19,500 mother tongues, of which only 220 are acknowledged officially. In such a scenario, besides using English fonts, a pictograph or a narrative image is essential to express the message. However penal it is, and therefore communication finds a meaning where majority considers seeing more than reading. Apart from the freedom struggle, we notice a presence of a large array of Matchbox titles or brand names that are written in English language. Even if the names of the brand is in an Indic or a vernacular language, this is mainly because the academic and graphic design industry is burdened with a cultural hegemony in which even a popular script like Devanagari is marginalized. To explain this precisely, I would say 200 years of colonialism led the Indians to appropriate English as one of their official languages, and that is a common ground of understanding for all literate people in India. And like I am speaking in India right now, therefore using English type is imperative to create a professional looking good that are infused with heterogeneous Indian sentiments, and this is very paradoxical. As the field of graphic design evolved in India around the late 18th century, theories of design influenced the Western Matchbox designers to juxtapose contrasting fonts to create attractive designs, like you see in the tans and blues in the left side of the screen and Mira in the top left of the screen, habitually. So when Indian designers tried to acquire the contrast theory by trial and error, they found hard to find synchronicity and harmony between two very different Indic scripts, and this creative tension with Indic font is of course another reason of not finding a good number of vernacular scripts and package designs in India. So the Tansen and Mira, they are Tansen is written in kind of Persian Islamic script, and Mira is written in kind of Devanagari script. So they are constantly fusing the Indic, the vernacular into English, Latin script, so that there is more reach and to make a professional looking good, as I said. So still we find such specimens produced at this date that can be investigated upon. The similarity of features across all the scripts, these are the different Indics, very few of them are here. The topmost are the North Indian, and the southmost are, like the lower parts are from Tamil, Telugu, Kannada are South Indian scripts. And they have similarity of features across all the scripts, because it is not surprising if you consider their history. They are all derived from the common ancestor. Also note that the scripts are used for two distinct major linguistic groups: Indo-European languages in the north and Dravidian languages in the south. This illustration is showing how from a common source, that is Brahmi, all the different forms arose for the modern Indic scripts, and the Devanagari script descends from Brahmi, making it a relative of all other Indian writing systems except the Perso-Arabic Nastaliq script that is used to write Urdu. That is a different origin. So the diagram also shows an early divergence between North and South Indian scripts. So the Devanagari texts read from left to right like those in the Latin script. That is like the only similarity between the Devanagari, like the non-Latin and Latin script. Unlike Latin, Devanagari hangs from a headline instead of standing on a baseline, and a dominant visual characteristics of the script, the headline usually extend across the length of a word. Here, it is important to realize that the Unicode system does not support all the major Indic scripts, and they have to be abused with to accommodate within a Latin type anatomy. The Indic or non-Latin fonts do not originally have any of this. There is no bold Indic, there is no slanted Indic, there is no other weights. Therefore, using such ornamentations in the context of Indic texts often obliterates the individual quirks and characters, like the presence of a ball or a hook forms in the terminals as seen in the Indic scripts. There is no territorial value attached to the practice of typography, and therefore I would like to take this opportunity to request the typographers and type scientists to conceive the science of South Asian language with utmost precision. During this research, I have come across great initiatives by the Indian Type Foundry, and I also would like to acknowledge people associated with TypeWknd, especially Eric McLaughlin and Anagha Narayan, who are working particularly on Indic scripts. Your interest and expertise is imperative to establish an appropriate hierarchy and grammar for the huge range of complex Indic texts. The practice of Indian bookmaking dates back to 1800s, and therefore drawing new types of evidence from the history of book tradition via illuminated manuscripts and scrolls, political, cultural wall writings, or during pre- and post-colonial era, and studying the folk calligraphies and the oral traditions, etc., will let us dig more deeply into the sources of original Indic type system. In India, miniature painting is one of the very oldest art form, and Matchbox is, I believe, and I presume that matchboxes are direct ancestors of it, because matchboxes are small, it's pictographic, it has illustrations, and it has written words, and it is often textual context is shaped by materials and technology. In that case, many classical Indian texts have not reached a global audience in its original form. Besides that, they are also inaccessible for Indian people itself. The modern printing by nature and birth carries a Latin bias with it. Moreover, the introduction of printing in India is highly tangled with colonial ambition. The history of India as it is written is a forged history. A very complex chronology and involute rituals have been reduced to a smooth and categorized documentation, although there is no need to discard it, but there again it has to be unraveled to remove the prejudices. With the evolving narratives, the call for creative direct action via matchbox images, the constant hammering in small packets, propagating repetitive information, as we already identified them in the Swadeshi genre of matchboxes, it is a fascinating tool to create a larger collective conscience. I am independently working on such a project based on recent socio-political development, which is beyond the purview of this discussion, but I sternly hope that more such designs will emerge in these times when we are facing rampant rise of global fascism. Indian matchbox cover designs rightfully represents the epiphanies of the extravaganza that is India, which lingers of seasoned masala curries, exotic spices, vibrant truck designs, lofty terrains, sugary confectionaries, and claustrophobic sweltering cities, macho heroes and sultry heroines. I would like to conclude by saying that I expect the type connoisseurs to raise comments that will only nourish this conversation and make it meaningful. Virtual love and regards for all those who are sitting on the other side of the screen. Can't thank enough TypeWknd for hosting this amazing TypeWknd. Namaskar. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Phil Bergren. I am Chief IP Counsel for Monotype, and today I'm going to talk about our approach to font enforcement, what we've learned over the last 5 years or so that we've been trying something new, and hopefully you can learn something too. So who am I? I have a creative background. I was a jazz musician with a music scholarship in college, and I thought that was the direction my life was going to go, and kind of just fell into law school. But I am a lawyer. I'm also very, very much an introvert. These types of public speaking opportunities are not my comfort zone, but I hope the content gets through the same. So bear with me a little bit. For some background, we're talking about intellectual property, or IP, which is legally protected creations of the mind, as opposed to creations of the hand or physical creations. And we're primarily talking about copyright and trademark rights. Copyright rights protect art and literature or other creative expression, not any ideas, concepts, facts, discoveries, methods, etc. Those are, to the extent protectable, fall under largely the patent realm of protection. And then we also talk about trademark protection, trademarks being a unique identifier used in connection with a particular good or service in commerce. And with trademark protection, it's interesting because the goal here, the reason there's legal protection, is to really protect consumers. So when they buy a product with a particular name on it, they know that that is the same source as any other product that has that name on it, or any other similar product with that name on it. So if I buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, I know that's going to have the same origin when I buy it from the store in Tennessee versus the store in Illinois. It's not going to be made by Joe's soda shop in a bathtub or something. Font IP is weird. It's pretty unique compared to most other areas of intellectual property. And when we were going through this, in order to have a truly global framework and a global process, we wanted to make some key assumptions that would enable us to not have to bend to each individual jurisdiction's idiosyncrasies. So one thing to keep in mind with all intellectual property is these rights are national in nature. There is no single global copyright law or global trademark law. It's all based on what's been enacted through local legislatures. But there are several themes. So one theme that we picked up on in the US, there is no entitlement to copyright protection for typeface designs, but there is copyright protection for font software. Other jurisdictions around the world differ. There's not really a consensus. Some explicitly protect or recognize copyright protection for typeface designs, others don't, and the vast majority are just silent on it. So if we take that, can we be effective if we assume that there is no copyright protection for typeface designs and instead rely on the copyright protection present in the font software? We found that we could, and that's one of the key assumptions that we made, is that when we're talking about enforcement, we're talking about copyright enforcement of the software, and not going down the pretty hairy legal argument of whether there's copyright protection for the typeface design. We also know that trademark rights are very strong, as long as the trademark itself is distinctive. So there's a spectrum of what is more protectable or less protectable under trademark. And the more distinctive or unique the trademark is, the more protection it's going to be entitled to. And we do rely on that so that we know that we are the only source of Helvetica font software. We have trademark registrations for Helvetica in many jurisdictions around the world, and we've been using it along with our predecessors for many, many years. So we know that we can ensure our consumers are getting genuine Helvetica font software because we're the only ones that are authorized to use that name in connection with fonts. There are also, it's kind of funny, there are a lot of parallels between fonts and other industries. For example, the fashion industry, there's a couple of parallels with the music industry and recipes. So with fashion, like typeface designs, fashion designs are not protectable by copyright, but they still have a thriving industry. recipes are instructions. They're facts or a procedure that's written down, not entitled to copyright protection, but still there's a market for recipes. And the lack of copyright protection has not slowed that industry or content creators. With music, the similarity there, with fonts and typeface designs, you have these two layers. You have the design itself and then the software that renders it. With music, you have two splits as well. You have the composition. There's a copyright protection for the composition of a song or a piece of music, as well as copyright protection for a particular recording of a piece of music. And those two play into each other, but they could have different owners or the same owner for each piece. When I was initially looking at what Monotype was doing with IP enforcement, I was looking at the history that I saw, and growing up in the Napster world, I looked at what happened then with the record industry and the movie industry, and specifically the giant planet that is or was Metallica, and Metallica's efforts to shut down Napster and to really take a heavy hand, filing lawsuits all over the place, generating a lot of ill will towards the industry. And I wanted to see if I could reject that. I also looked at the struggle itself. So if we are starting with the assumption that there is no copyright protection for the design, that is a huge piece of what people want when they're purchasing licenses for fonts. They care about the design, and they wouldn't necessarily understand that the design doesn't have strong copyright protection with it, even though that's what they really want to pay for. So we have these weakish IP laws. We also have a situation where when developers are creating products, they're not typically tracing down all licenses for the stuff that goes into them. And if a developer is told by a designer to use a particular font, they'll often just search their computer, copy it from their font folder, look on the internet, download the font name or what they think the font is from a potentially nefarious website. And so in that regard, fonts are kind of like water, where they filter through everything. They find every crack, and sit there. And I also wanted to be focused on the court of public opinion. I didn't want to do something that would that I'm not comfortable doing personally. I also don't want to do anything that will harm the reputation of my employer. And I think there's a way that we can be successful, protect the IP, and not take the heavy-handed approach that the record industry took in the early 2000s. And it reminded me, there's a Jack White. You know, say what you will about Jack White, he's definitely a character. And he was giving an interview where he talked about how he really embraces the struggle for his creative process. When he's doing live shows, he'll put his pedals and microphones as far away from where he is as possible so that he can still hit them, but it's a struggle. And he thinks that that struggle gives him some kind of edge. So can we embrace the struggle here and have a process that really works for us, our IP creators, and our customers? How do we solve for the future? How do we get to that nirvana stage where everyone is happy, everyone recognizes the value, and we go about our day? What we found works really well is we take an approach based on honesty, accuracy, and empathy. And this has been really helpful in our process for a lot of reasons. This is all super straightforward. If you tell the truth, you don't have to remember what you said because you'll come back to it. Facts are great. If you're accurate, facts are irrefutable and undeniable. At least they should be. And the last one really spoke to me. There's a quote from the Dalai Lama: "If you want to be happy, practice compassion." This looks like a pretty happy guy. I'd like to aspire to be more like that. So, can we practice compassion and help bring everyone a little bit more happiness? The process that we laid out is based on a few different phases. So we have a research phase, a claims analysis phase, the outreach phase, and a resolution phase. Within each of these, it's important to go in order and to build on each other. So the research phase is really the foundation of everything. We look at how fonts are being used by prospective customers, what fonts are being used, and whether there's a license covering the discovered use. On the analysis side, this is applying the facts that were gleaned during the research phase to the law. Do I have legal rights to the font IP, and are my rights being infringed? This is really the component of this that, in my opinion, requires more. It's more legal analysis. It really does require a lawyer to be involved in this process to actually advise and stand behind the guidance. On outreach, this is probably the hairiest part of the process. There are a lot of factors here, and the particular approach we take depends on the research and the analysis. So we typically would look at this fresh for every issue that arises. We talk about who makes the first approach, whether it's someone in the business organization or a lawyer. What do we communicate, and how do we communicate it? Our goal is to have an educational conversation with compassion, where we understand that the person or the entity that we're reaching out to didn't intentionally try to rip off our IP or the IP of our partners, but they just need to understand a bit more. And we've had a lot of success with that. On the resolution side, once we've built up the research, we know what our rights are, we've had a conversation with the potential client, we just need to resolve it. And our approach has been to focus on the future customer relationship. So we came to the table with, under less than ideal circumstances, potentially. Nobody wants to get a call from a lawyer or a letter from a lawyer. But we found that when we explain our position, that these are this is creativity, that there are IP rights associated with it. We pay royalties back to designers, and when we're trying to resolve these issues, all we're looking for is just the license fees that would have been paid had the use been licensed up front, as opposed to further down the road. And we really try to find solutions that ensures a long-term customer relationship. And what I like to do, I like to include this slide. I call it the enforcement rainbow of success, where if everything goes well, you have this nice rainbow, and on the other end of it, you have a happy customer, a happy foundry partner, and a go-forward relationship, as well as you've educated the once infringer on the nature of font IP and licensing. And one of the things that Monotype started doing recently is actually partnering with third-party foundries and bringing them into some of our enforcement portfolio. So we have a mechanism where new foundries that sign up, we will include that IP as part of our review when we're reviewing other clients' use of fonts, and to the extent the third party's fonts are being used, we will resolve those issues on behalf of the foundry and build them into the go forward solution as well. So we have seen a lot of success with this. We've built a lot of successful customer relationships, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi everyone, I'm Todd Gilens, and I'm speaking to you today from the land of the Chochenyo people, which is the east side of San Francisco Bay. I have no formal typography training, and so I'm really pleased to be part of the conference today. I'll be speaking about an artwork that has swept me into the world of letter forms. And I've got 15 minutes, so let's get started. The project began as I was noticing curbs and considering how they are a space of communication. It's both fascinating and really kind of dull. They're ubiquitous in cities. There's lots of different fonts and a kind of a narrow range of color coding. And I started to wonder what might be communicated if a curve could become really a space of public wonder and reflection. There are linear spaces, which lines up with writing in that way, but they require the body gets involved if the messages stretch over any length of space. Occasionally you see some obscure signs or mysterious markings on curbs. These are pointing toward utility covers, which could be underwater if the street is flooded. And you also sometimes see indications of the larger landscape in which the curbs are a part of the system. Curbs are also modifying the landscape, especially the flow of water, and create these small kind of local ecologies that are improvised in different ways. Growing of plants is probably the most common one. And once in a while, there's a convergence, like here in San Francisco, where the streets are stamped. The name of the street is stamped on the street corner, and you can actually stand on California Street and you're on and in California. It names the place where you are. So a curb structurally is simply the heavier pieces at the edges that keep the streets from squishing out from the pressure of transport. And of course, roads are pathways for commerce and conquest. And I'm sure I'm not the first to suggest a parallel between roadways and printing, which also increases the speed of, in that case, of reading and the distribution of information. Without a curb, water begins to take back the dynamics of the land. As roadways shed water, the water undermines the roadway itself. So there's this interesting convergence of natural processes and human processes pushing back and forth. And it's a complicated interaction. If we look at this map of southern part of San Francisco, the historic creeks are in green lines as they wiggle through the landscape. And the underground pipes where water is now hidden are the brown dots that run underneath the streets. So water was the original scribe of the landscape, and I began to see the curb as this pivot with natural processes on one side and human processes on the other. But water was now missing from that from the surface, and I wanted to bring it back through the project. So I first needed to know how water actually works when it's in the landscape on its own. And I spent 3 summers in the Sierra working with David Herbst and other stream ecologists, surveying streams. We would go up and down a 150-meter stretch of stream, taking measurements, measuring the stones, the width of the stream, taking biological samples. This is one of 3 pages from each stretch of stream that we would collect. And it's essentially a kind of number portrait of a stream reach. I think it's kind of like something we do when we transpose speech into writing, taking something that's mobile and making it static. And so what science is doing is making a bridge between confidence in knowledge and the vitality of changing processes. At one of the field stations, we worked at this array of adjustable streams allows researchers to compare different flow regimes. And so I knew something about my subject, but I needed a font to express it. And cursive was an obvious choice. It has a flow, and it exists at a kind of midpoint between the ephemerality and the uniqueness of speech and the anonymity and sort of standardization of printed words. I had the wonderful opportunity of going to Digital Arts Studios in Belfast in their international residency program. Belfast is a city founded around water and developed around the mills that were textile mills that were powered by the streams that came into the main river flowing through Belfast. An aerial view of a part of land near Belfast showing the conversation between tides and rivers, human settlement and transportation. And this kind of dialogue would go on even at the smallest scale, where the patterns of the sand would reappear in the plaza stones as fossilized patterns. So I was guided in my work there by two books. One was Norge's The Stroke, Theory of Writing, which looked at really the anatomy of how letters are written. And Tamara Plakins-Thornton's Handwriting in America, A Cultural History of Handwriting Conventions and Pedagogy. So these kind of set up the context for thinking about letters, but I needed material. What I wanted to do was find a historical reference to the place, someone whose handwriting had actually been infused with that landscape. I worked mostly at the Public Records Office of Northern Ireland, which is a marvelous archive, one of several in Belfast. And what I found was, at first, it was very difficult to find things because they're not cataloged by handwriting, isn't a search term. And so it took me a while to find something to work with, and I, along the way, found a lot of impressive handwriting. But I wanted something that was unique expression of an individual character rather than a standard font. And I found a few wonderful things that I worked with. One was W.R. Rogers, who was a Presbyterian minister and a BBC commentator, and a poet who died in Los Angeles, which is where I was born. And Florence Patterson, who was the first licensed Northern Irish woman architect. And in these letters, she's writing of her childhood meeting with Roger Casement. She's writing about that meeting to a biographer of Casement. So I found that I needed about 10 pages of material to get a proper alphabet, or most of the alphabet, including the capital letters. And I worked on Photoshop, plucking the letters out of the flow of text. In these pages from Roger's notebooks, I gathered the alphabet so I could see what I had and what I was missing. This is the distribution of letters from that page. So it doesn't take much to get most of the letters, but then there's a few letters that are actually pretty rare. I would groom the images of the letters, trim them just so. Sometimes I would need to draw them out to figure out where the energy of the mark was going and how the mark turned through its arcs, and how to bring that kind of energy into the digital image. And there were some things like in Roger's writing where he would use a different S if it was the beginning of the word, or if the S was embedded within the word or at the end. So I needed some alternate letters. I worked with a online service. It was free service, Fonts 101, which was very simple. It was just a template, and you fill in each square and then upload it, and a few minutes later you have a font file and you can type away in someone else's handwriting. But it took 8 or 10 iterations of printing the font out to make sure that the letters were actually working and the pieces weren't dropping out and there weren't awkward corners. I would also make comparisons, like in this one, my font is at the top and Roger's hand is diagonally below that. And it was helpful also to keep the letters, which might be workable and beautiful, but to keep them in context and to see, do they still have the same kind of vitality, the same character? Does the character have character? This was my working space at Digital Art Studio. And so while I was there, I was able to produce some prints. These are about 1 meter long with the fonts that I had made. This is Florence Patterson's font and some of my reflections on being at the archive, and a fragment of language of my thoughts on the landscape around Belfast in the hand of W.R. Rogers. I was aiming with these at the boundary, like finding where is the balance between reading and looking, where the font and the words are carrying meaning equally. And once things are in a digital form, you can, so many possibilities open up. This is a notebook-sized paper where the writing is about 1 millimeter high. And the residency was partially crowdfunded as well. So I was writing postcards to my funders in the fonts that I had created. Back in the United States, I started to design a project for Reno, Nevada, of a text that would be about 1 mile long and would follow the water as it moved along the Truckee River through Reno. Was doing some experiments with materials, how I might move the writing from, put it onto the curb. And this is traffic striping tape with a computer-driven cutter. Some students from the University of Nevada Fine Arts program helped me to install it as part of the installation, and a piece of the sentence. It had a wonderful reflective quality about it. And so then I went to the archives in the Reno area looking for handwriting that I would use for that project of someone whose life intersected the landscape of the Reno area in some interesting and not very well-known way. And I landed on Claude Dukes, who managed the water systems for that area until 1984, until his death. And here's my font on the bottom compared to his original on the top. So that test was taken up, and it wore well, but it left a glue residue. And so this fall I'll be putting a new test of a couple different materials down. And hopefully if that works, then the project will move forward. So thank you very much for your attention, and I really look forward to hearing your comments and responses.
Hi, everybody. I'm Craig Eliason. I'm coming to you from St. Paul, Minnesota, where I teach in the art history department at the University of St. Thomas. I'm also a type designer with T-line fonts. And today I want to share with you a talk called Baselines Are Overrated, Reconsidering the Hierarchy of Typographic Constraints. Here's an overview of what we'll be talking about. I want to start with the idea of constraints, which comes to me in context of design from Charles and Ray Eames. In 1969, they were part of an exhibition in Paris, France, which included a back and forth question and answers that became eventually published and a little film made called Design Q&A. And this is where I encountered the idea of the importance of constraints for what design is really about. So Charles, in talking for the couple, was asked, does the creation of design admit constraint? And he said, design depends largely on constraints. What constraints? The sum of all constraints. Here is one of the few effective keys to the design problem. The ability of the designer to recognize as many of the constraints as possible. Their willingness and enthusiasm for working within these constraints. So this idea of constraints as being central to design really has stuck with me. And one of the things I've been thinking about is what do you do when constraints clash, when you have a kind of contradiction in what the design wants to be. And for an example of that within the world of type design, I thought we could look at an example of a monoline face. And my example here is Memphis, designed by Rudolf Wolf in 1929. This was a kind of a serif version of Futura, which is really big at the time. And both Futura and Memphis would be classified as monoline typefaces. That is, instead of having thick and thin lines, big stems and slight hairlines, all the lines are made to be read pretty much as the same thickness. So the crossbar of an H is about the same thing width as the stems. An O is kind of the same thickness all the way around, and that's true of the medium, of the bold. Now, some of you are looking at this very carefully and saying, well, that's a little skinnier at the top than it is at the side. And it's true, there are subtle modifications of these in part to address optical illusions, which are familiar to people who have been in the world of type design. But I hope you grant that for the most part, these are meant to be read as monoline faces, as faces with the same thickness in every stroke direction. So that's the medium and the bold. What happens when you get to the extra bold, which was drawn for Memphis by Griffith, for C.H. Griffith in the 30s. And we see things change. Well, the capital H still tries to be monoline. The O, the ultra bold O, extra bold O is still rather kind of circular all the way around with the same width. But look at the E. The E, things change dramatically, right? So the medium E is certainly monoline, faithfully the same all the way around. But the E in the extra bold is obviously not, right? The curve is thickest at the side. That's much thicker than that same curve by the time it gets to the very top of the letter. And that in turn is quite a bit thicker than the crossbar, which is thinner than anything else. So what's going on here is constraints clashing. There's a kind of contradiction, right? The face sort of wants to have all these things true. Weight should be ultra bold, contrast is monoline, counter spaces are in balance, vertical metrics are consistent. By counter spaces in balance, I mean the open white spaces within letters, like in the middle of the O and in the middle of the E, are similar in size, in area. And by vertical metrics are consistent, I mean basically these letters sit on the same baseline, right? With curved letters, we got a little bit overshoot, but even that is consistent. And the top of the letter overshoots the midline of the same amount. So the X height is the same for these two letters. So you can see what the problem is, right? If these are kept monoline, if the top of the E was the same as the top of the O, then suddenly that counter has no space left for it, right? So something's got to give. And as we look at the design, we can see what did give, right? So here we have those four things that Memphis wants to be ultra bold, and yet they can't all be true at the same time, right? There's a contradiction. So what we see in the design, we can sort of reverse engineer what the priorities were among these typographic wish list. And when we see what Griffith did, we can say, okay, vertical metrics seem to be, consistent vertical metrics seem to be the highest priority, right? These letters definitely still sit on the same baseline, have the same midline, have the same X height. Down at the bottom of the list we've made, contrast is monoline, right? It is for the O, but if it doesn't work out for the E, keeping all these other things to be true, then that has to give, right? So that's lower on the priority scale. So there's a hierarchy, in other words, right, of these typographic features. And when we see hierarchies, we want to challenge them, right? So here, once again, is our hierarchy for Memphis. And vertical metrics are consistent was the top thing on the list, right? That trumps everything else in the case of Memphis. So what I started to wonder is, are there typefaces for which that's trumped by something else? And if so, what would that something else be? In other words, can different fonts have different hierarchies? And the answer is certainly true, yes. And my example is Mistral, the breakthrough script font put together by Roger Escafon in 1953. And here's what Mistral looks like. You're probably familiar with it. And I've provided a little red baseline for the font, but you can see that's not really a baseline that this font heeds, right? The letters themselves dip below it, some remain above it, some within the same letter kind of go above and below. So this kind of average baseline doesn't really tell the tale of what this font looks like. And if we redrew the baseline to correspond to where the bottoms of letters are, we'd wind up with this crooked thing. So what's going on here? At first you might think, well, this is just some arbitrary looseness with respect to the baseline, which is intended to make it look like it was written very quickly, like a casual kind of handwriting errors kind of thing. But if you look more carefully at how this font is put together, and particularly take a look at where the connections are between the letters, and I've marked those in lighter red here. And if we fade everything else out, we can see something about these connections. That is, they are all at the exact same height and the exact same angle. So there's nothing arbitrary about these letters going up and down. They go up and down or change scale in order to hit that connection to the next letter at the right height and the right angle, the correct angle. And so the reason why this has to be is because, among other things, Mistral was released as a metal type font, right? This was the middle of the 20th century. And metal fonts are, by their nature, of course, separate letters assigned, glyphs assigned to each metal sort. So to make a connecting script, the height and angle of that connection had to be the same because you're going from one sort to the next. So there was kind of no room for having those connections have to bend themselves to make sure that things stay on the same baseline, right? That has to be the priority value. So we were wondering if anything could be above vertical metrics being consistent, and that's certainly the case in the case of Mistral, the connecting strokes aligning is more important. So what we have here is not only that there are hierarchies of typographic values in given font design, whether they're explicit or most often implicit, but knowing those are hierarchies and that they can differ, that invites the opportunity to challenge them, right? Making hierarchies of constraints explicit not only allows for a clearer understanding of the design solution, it may also open possibilities for challenging those hierarchies. And that's what I want to talk about next. With a kind of experiment, unreleased design I'm working on now, which features what I might call inside-out letters that I want to share with you. So we return to Memphis Extra Bold, our E here that we were looking at before. We have our hierarchy of typographical commitments, vertical metrics at the top. Those are unmovable. contrast is monoline at the bottom. That's something that can adjust if the things above it require it to. And so my question is, what would happen if we take this same list, but we reverse it? And we say suddenly contrast is monoline, and this time we want that to trump everything else. And at the bottom, vertical metrics are consistent, but if the things above require it, that can be flexible. And the question is, what would that look like? And here's what I think that would look like. This is my design that is a casual font with letters that, as you can see with this red baseline, don't really pay too much attention to where the baseline is, right? The I, for example, is floating well above it. The T, the O are kind of sitting on it with little overshoot, as you might expect, but then the E, the A, the S, all of those are dipping quite a bit below it. And correspondingly, all the letters at the top are also unaligned with each other. So what's going on here is that these letters are different heights because they are built from the inside out. That is, I'm trying to keep the stroke weights as consistent as possible and the counters as balanced as possible. And what that means is that letters that have more going on, like the E, like the A, like the S, are going to have to be taller. And I've said that's fine because the vertical metrics is lower on my priority list. And so you can see these counters are balanced with each other. They are roughly all the same shape, kind of in the same neighborhood of shape anyway, and size. The E, maybe for the joint, it gets a little shorter, but it's not being compressed like we saw in the ultra bold Memphis. So how do I decide what height to put these letters since they're not heating the baseline? They're actually very carefully aligned. They're just not aligned on a baseline. They're aligned on a midline, you could say, a middle axis that goes through the center of the X height. And in this case, they are lined up. It's just that each letter has a different height depending on what it needs to be to preserve its counter and its weight. And then they are lined up to center on that axis. So what's the result? We get what I would say is an informal but a less arbitrary typeface. So here's my design at the top, and I'm comparing it to the most famous. It wound up looking quite a bit like a casual writing font, informal font. And so I brought in the most famous of all these in the digital era anyway, Comic Sans, a bold version of Comic Sans. And you can see that these are in some ways similar in character. They have the kind of casual, easygoing, maybe a little bit childish or friendly. But the way they interact in terms of vertical metrics is really different. I keep looking at this M in Comic Sans, which has this weird sort of the middle stem goes well below the baseline. Why does it do that? Just to make it look like it's a sort of casually, haphazardly, accidentally drawn font. So where Comic Sans does these kind of arbitrary dips below the baseline, all of the reasoning for ignoring the baseline in my font is in service of this greater typographic value of basically what you could say is even color, right? The color of a typeface comes from its stroke weight modulation patterns and the consistency of its counter spaces, right? So the white and black and how they balance each other. And for my font, unlike Comic Sans, I would say, for my font, that sort of white-black balance is kind of the highest priority. As a result, we have a font that, to my mind, is a little easier to read and more comfortable to read. Mine's on the left and Comic Sans again is on the right. Comic Sans, in addition to having a way too large word space, which is really annoying to me as a reader of this Comic Sans sample, but even the words themselves, I'd like to think that my flexibility with the vertical metrics allows for letters that have a kind of better match for each other, and it's a readable version of a kind of informal script. Here's a out of focus version of both samples. And this helps, I think, to show that that kind of evenness of color is something that I was after, and it kind of comes through in the out of focus version. You can kind of see the evenness of color, and I think that helps with the sense of readability when you're looking at it normally. So what conclusion can we draw from this? The inside-out strategy that I've just laid out is not only a way to rethink the informal Latin letter form, it is also, and maybe more importantly, a reminder that a designer who forgoes any design constraint, even one as basic as a baseline, may at the same time open up an opportunity better to satisfy other constraints, like, for example, even typographic color, right? So you can move things up and down that ladder, that hierarchy, but I encourage you to think about this question. When you are demoting a typographic value, what are you promoting, right? I'm all for challenging any kind of assumptions about what a font should be. But when you're doing that, I think as you're taking something down in terms of how much it dictates what the letter should look like, what kind of opportunities are there for better serving other typographical values. So I hope that was useful and interesting for you. Thanks for your attention, and I'm here to answer questions.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining me today on this brief presentation on monogram design. My name is Matthijs Herzberg. I am from the Netherlands, currently living and working in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a freelance graphic and type designer. Over the past few years I have fallen into a bit of a niche, monogram design. I've designed several dozen monograms for clients around the world, mostly for personal use, also for commercial use. Through trial and error, I've learned quite a bit about the subject, so today I am going to try to share as much of that knowledge with you as I can within the next 15 minutes. So, before we dive too deep, a little terminology. The image on the left is not a monogram. The image on the right is a monogram. In a monogram, letters are fused together. If you were to remove one of the letters, the other one would no longer be complete. A cipher, on the other hand, is a design made from letters that may or may not be interlocking, but are not merged. While I guarantee you will never be approached by a client asking for a cipher, it's still good to know the difference. However, for simplicity's sake, I will only use the term monogram in this presentation. I will also be focusing on the Latin alphabet, as that is what I'm most familiar with, although most of the design principles I will cover also extend to other phonetic alphabets. Monograms have been around since at least 350 BC, the oldest known examples having been found on the backs of ancient Greek coins, where they were used to signify the city-state of origin. Monograms have since seen varied usage throughout history, as symbols of rulers, nations, and organizations, and later seeing great popularity as company logos. Down here in New Orleans, many of the wrought iron balconies throughout the historic French Quarter feature the monograms of their original owners. In short, monograms have become a status symbol, which is also one of the reasons that they are still popular with individuals and companies today. Let's talk about designing a monogram. The single most vital aspect is that the letters of your monogram interact well. This means taking into account the basic rules of composition, which apply to all graphic arts. Keep your eye on negative space, try to balance it. Similarly, balance your positive space to ensure you don't create overly dense areas. It may seem obvious, but be sure that your letters remain recognizable, and therefore legible. A monogram does not have to be symmetrical, but it should be optically balanced. One thing you want to keep in mind is the logic behind letter placement. Traditionally, a man's monogram has a different layout than a woman's monogram. However, I find this to be archaic and unnecessary, and I don't pay attention to it unless a client specifically asks for it. What is important is logic. If you're making a monogram for Henry Carl Smith, a monogram should easily read HKS, not SHK, even if the latter makes for a prettier composition in your opinion. Similarly, you want to consider hierarchy. In a monogram for John and Kate Smith, the S from their last name should be the most important, with the two first name initials being secondary. Hierarchy can of course be implemented in different ways. The example here is size, but it may as well come from color, style, layout, etc. You will also want to consider the application of your monogram. What is your client going to do with it? A monogram designed for a wax stamp must work at a small scale. A monogram that's going to be engraved must work monochrome. A monogram that's going to be cross-stitched has to be designed on a pixel grid. The best way to find optimal monogram compositions is by drawing thumbnail sketches. Just start doodling, get in the flow. Try tons of different options. Your aim is to include as little detail as possible and instead look at the basic skeletons of your letters and the compositions that they form. As you draw your thumbnails, your monogram will evolve and improve. It quickly becomes clear what does and what does not work. I generally find that the more time I allow myself to spend on the thumbnail stage, the better the eventual monogram tends to be. As you mess around with different letter combinations, you will find that some offer far more opportunities than others. Symmetrical letters are easier to work with, as are pairings that look similar to each other. MW, for instance, is a glorious pair. Unfortunately, more often than not, you will be handed a far trickier letter combo, and this is where you need to get creative. But while some pairings will give you a headache, there is always a solution out there, I promise. You just have to find it. One trick which always helps me is to not get stuck on Roman capitals. While they are the most common letter form for monograms, you can also try black letter, italics, scripts, brush letters, psychedelic blobs, or whatever style you can think of. Even lowercase letter forms can work at times, but keep in mind that this does go against logic. Names are always capitalized after all, and therefore a lowercase monogram can seem a little weird. You can also freely mix styles. Take for instance the monogram on the left, where an ornate script D and W wrap around a Roman M. Besides trying different styles, don't hesitate to modify your letter forms. This isn't type design, which means that your letters can have wildly different proportions for the sake of forming a pleasing composition. Feel free to stretch your letters or change their proportions to make them fit into a certain shape. Just keep legibility in mind. Your aim should be, at the very least, for the letters to form a pleasant and balanced composition. But sometimes there's more possibilities that allow your letters to carry extra power. For instance, sometimes an opportunity presents itself to make a monogram that is also an ambigram, a mambogram as I like to call it. These two mambograms, for instance, can be turned upside down and will still read the same. Letters can also come together to form an icon or symbol, such as these monograms that I made for a knife maker with the initials JL, a book designer with the initials HJ, and for a bar named The Hitching Post, HP. To give your monogram a certain wow factor, it can be made to be ornamental. Now a little can go a long way, but sometimes more is more. I highly recommend studying work by the Victorian masters to get a good understanding of ornament and what it should and should not do. Do not use ornament to cover up a mediocre monogram. Instead, approach your monogram from the ground up. Find a good composition before you add any details. You can also see here that there is still hierarchy between monogram and ornament through color and contrast, causing the ornament to be less overwhelming. Make your bare letter forms more decorative by adding spurs, Tuscan serifs, and swashes. Give them effects like hatched fills, outlines, and drop shadows for extra punch, or combine them all. You will know when you've gone too far, because you will not be able to recognize the monogram underneath all your decoration. Be it to surround the monogram or to fill areas of negative space, curlicues and acanthus leaves can really spice things up, as can imagery like crowns, shields, crossed swords, or other objects. This is also an opportunity to refer to the monogram's owner. For instance, the monogram on the left contains a hidden honeybee, as well as a small capital A that's hidden in the foot of the E, both references to the client's daughter. After drawing the thumbnails, I refine the ideas a bit further. If the client has the budget, I refine several ideas and present them each in a neat pencil sketch, shown here. These monograms are at an intermediate stage, developed but not finalized, and still a little rough around the edges. You can produce your monogram in whatever medium you are comfortable with, but again, consider application. My final deliverables are usually vector, drawn in Illustrator or FontLab, mostly with the pen tool. Vector offers the most versatility to clients, as it can easily be used for most purposes, such as engraving and printing. Occasionally, I will draw a monogram in pen and ink, especially when a handmade look is desired. Now, I do always draw my letters from scratch, as it allows more versatility, but you can use a font as your foundation if you must. Now, I've made a lot of these highly ornamental monograms for clients' personal use, and what they all have in common is that the main purpose of the monogram is the enjoyment of the owner. For an individual, a monogram is usually a fun, shiny, personalized object, and as such the only thing that really matters is that they like it. Now, when designing a monogram as a logo, on the other hand, you are faced with the same guidelines that apply to general logo design. This usually means that your logo has to appeal to a certain audience, be appropriate for the product, and so forth. This consequently entails that a monogram shouldn't be your first and only consideration, but rather a solution for your brand identity that you've ended up at through research. Monograms are effective at expressing luxury, craftsmanship, and history, which is why they're especially appropriate for brands that wish to express such qualities, such as the ones pictured here. Monograms can also be a useful secondary mark. Take a look, for instance, at this Victorian-inspired logo I designed for a band. It's cool, or at least I like to think so, but it's also very busy, and at smaller sizes it can turn into eye dirt. As such, I made a monogram which can be used where the word mark doesn't fit well, utilizing the same swashy capitals from the main logo. Another example is this monogram for a branding project I'm currently working on, a bar named The Hitching Post. Here, the monogram isn't directly related to the word mark, which is a sign painterly brush script, but is clearly related stylistically, as they both exude the same cowboy kitsch vibe and share a color scheme. As many people have said before me, learn the rules, then break them. Some of my most interesting monograms have been the result of pushing conventions and experimenting. Inspiration can come from all sorts of places, and there are many historical sources to draw from. I personally prefer to separate artistic consumption and creation. I may spend hours looking at type and design, but when I am working on something, I find I create more unique and interesting things if I refrain from peeking at the work of others. However, that's just me. If you have your own method of working, I'm sure you know what's best for you. All in all, monograms are incredibly versatile, and it can make a very useful asset to your skill set. If the undertaking seems daunting, start small. Make a simple monogram for a friend or a loved one or a pet, and keep it low pressure. And most importantly, have fun with it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is María Galante, and I'm really happy to be here at TypeWknd talking about type. A big thank you to TypeWknd. In addition to being a freelance graphic designer, I also teach. So as I was preparing for this talk, I asked my students what they thought was important for me to include in this presentation. This is one of the things I thought was important, and here's the other. Big thank you to my students. I am an adjunct for 3 universities by night, and I teach 11th and 12th grade during the day. It's a vocational technical high school, and anyone not familiar with that model, it means that students have a chance to pick a technical program or a trade as a freshman, and then they're there until they graduate. My students are in my classroom all day, every day, for 1 entire week, every other week. Students follow 1 week learning in DVC, and then the next week they're in their academics all week. In addition to my classroom, we also have a separate space for photo studio, video studio, critique and client room, meeting room. And through lectures and demonstrations and hands-on projects, students acquire the skills and knowledge to use the computer as a design tool. Students complete a variety of projects that incorporate many things, and they are guided by this booklet, which is the frameworks or strands provided by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Strand 2 is specific for DVC, and it outlines competencies that are matched with performance examples as an assessment tool. I know it looks awful, but it's really not that bad. The typographic competencies in Strand 2 are pretty specific in terms of anatomy, history, measurements, manipulation, but it's also very broad when it comes to style and relationship when used in a design project. I've found the performance examples to be helpful, but I've used specific client projects, my own creations, and some from design books. Every DVC teacher can create any type of project that meets the competency, so it's up to the individual teacher to decide what to do. For this presentation, I'm going to show you examples of my student work, which will identify what I teach about typography in my classroom. So I'm going to actually end my show and stop me from appearing on the screen so that you can totally enjoy the student work. So here's a project. In this example, students are learning about typographic hierarchy. They're assigned a social problem to research along with companies that are taking action. In this example, the student researched Amnesty International, then used the required hierarchy principles of type. Once students have researched companies, then they are required to create a companion piece for a social problem that they're interested in. Again, the requirement was to use typographic hierarchy and identify in writing how and where it was used. Students are introduced to the history of design by practicing the Swiss style or the International Typographic style when they create posters for a musical event. Students take album covers and redesign them using only the Swiss style. They are also introduced to Mike Joyce, who is the originator of this concept. All students participate in a critique where everyone has a chance to present and receive feedback, and students learn how to present their work and not have it right next to each other's for better presentation. After students learn the elements and principles of design, they study the history of deconstruction. It allows them to create posters of individuals that influence the movement and require them to apply a similar style. While learning about the grid, students create layouts using only 8-point type and 1 other point size. In addition to using a grid, the layout must use alignment, letter spacing, kerning, and leading. Students learn to identify serifs and sans serifs by creating ransom notes. These ransom notes are cut out of magazines and taped into student sketchbooks. The anatomy of type is understood by students drawing their names in either a sans or serif font. Students are introduced to the history of type and learn classic typefaces by drawing them in their sketchbook. Students review type specimen books and make choices about letters that interest them. They create those letters in Salt, photograph them, and create an animated GIF. Students learn the history of the alphabet by choosing a letter to research, summarize, and then create 3 designs about that letter. One design is to have the emphasis on the headline of that letter. The second is to have the emphasis on the text box. And the third is to have the emphasis on the letter. To understand weights and the specific attributes of each, students create posters about each of the weights in a particular family. This project has students visually communicate 2 opposite words using only black feature or bold type. I usually provide a list of words, but sometimes students create their own. Students learn how type communicates meaning by drawing letters that visually communicate certain words, such as slicing, perforating, geometric, and spattering. Type that communicates a feeling continues in 3D by students choosing a word that isn't associated with a physical thing. Students use found objects to express the word. It starts out as 3D and is converted by 2D when students photograph them. Students learn to use type as a pattern, first in black and white and then in color, while exploring color theory and how color can look different when on different backgrounds, the Bezold effect. Understanding type as form is explored by the use of Illustrator. Students are given creative freedom, usually picking what they're interested in, but sometimes I'm not sure what to expect, but it's usually very impressive. In addition to type as form, students create a portrait using only type. It begins with a photograph made into a template layer in Illustrator, and then created using Type on a Path or using just letters as objects. Oftentimes, the school acts as a client and students design school events that happen annually, or they're asked to create things that are used by the entire school. All seniors compete to design the invitation to their awards night and to their graduation. And all students compete to design the holiday card, which also has an animation in addition to the printed form. The school also has an annual art and literary magazine that DVC juniors design. These are examples of two covers, which students have creative freedom. As an entire class, students design projects for people in the community. This is an annual event that benefits sarcoma, where the class designs multiple pieces across media. Shown here is a postcard invitation and the cover for the program. Sometimes only one student would work on something that comes from the community, such as this sandwich board sign. Sometimes when a client needs a logo, it will turn into a class competition, and the clients gives students, quote unquote, a scholarship. While going through a comprehensive lesson on how to create logos, students explore the many forms logos can take. This photo shows how one student's evolution of a type-only logo, shown on the left, didn't quite visually communicate a cup or a flower. The final icon logo is shown in color. Here's the complete stationery, not shown as the website. If there's time, students also can create packaging for their identity. Students learn to use the negative shapes of type and understand Gestalt, and how important figure ground is to logo development. Every year, students participate in a poster contest sponsored by the Massachusetts Partnership for Youth, or known as the MPY. These posters are required to communicate a specific theme as designated by the MPY, but other requirements, such as typography and layout, are required by me. This slide shows a winner for 1 year. And again, this is another winner for another year, and of course with a different theme. And this is an honorable mention winner with another theme as well. Students learn the basics of UI/UX principles to design an app, and using XD, they bring their sketches to life. Final assignments in typography include creating type specimen books. learning hand lettering, and traditional calligraphy, while designing a phrase of their choice. Students learn about title sequences using After Effects, and they also learn about best practices and one of the greatest, Saul Bass. Here are two examples.
Try now to take the next step. Hello?
All students design a typeface from concept to sketching, to drawing in Illustrator with completion of an open type font that they can use on their computer. We also research and watch videos about great typographers with projects centered on their styles. Some of my projects come from these places, but some have come from my freelance experience as well. I hope you enjoyed seeing what 11th and 12th grade DVC students are learning these days, and thank you very much.
Hello, Noemi here, and welcome to this talk. Today we're going to be talking about how to supercharge the growth of your email newsletter, meaning how to get more subscribers and create a bigger audience to share your work with. As for me, I'm the publisher of a newsletter called Fresh Fonts, in which I share new typefaces release that were designed by independent designers and small type foundries from pretty much everywhere in the world. I've been publishing it for 3 years now, and it has gathered an audience of nearly 20,000 subscribers. So it's been growing pretty fast. Although I never spent any money on advertising the newsletter online, so its growth has been organic and mostly fueled by word of mouth. So today I'm going to be talking about how I made this happen and how you can do it too. But before we jump in, I just wanted to say a few words about newsletters. Do newsletters still matter? I think is a legit question to ask, given the amount of social media that there is out there and new ones that keep popping up, like TikTok is very trending right now. So why still publish a newsletter? Well, actually, I think that newsletter matter more than ever before now. Because it has become incredibly hard to reach people on social media. It's a lot of work and it's very time consuming to manage. And even on Instagram, for instance, even if you do get a lot of followers, they're very likely to like your posts and consume your content, but actually never go and visit your website. So newsletters are still one of the best source of traffic for your website, because newsletters do attract people to your website. And if you're trying to sell something, this traffic will also have a much higher conversion rate. Why? Because obviously the people who are subscribed to your newsletter, they know your work or your brand. They are interested in what you do. And so they're very likely to come back and buy again from you if you can keep them engaged and with your content and invite them back to your website. So if there is one communication channel that you should be focusing on, I do believe that it should be your email newsletter. But still, obviously, publishing a newsletter alone is not enough. You're still competing with so many emails and so many other newsletters, and obviously people don't have much time to read. So, well, you probably yourself read only about a handful of newsletters. So, as you can imagine, the only way that you can make your newsletter stand out is by sharing content that is useful and that people love and that they look forward to receiving every time. And I say that not only because, of course, it's gratifying to send a newsletter that people really enjoy reading, but because that's also the key to growing your email list. So it might sound cheesy, but I do believe that love creates growth. And most importantly, love creates organic growth. Of course, marketers will tell you that there are plenty of ways to grow your email newsletter, for instance, by having a referral program in place or advertising on other newsletters and so on. Of course, many of those things work, but none of them are necessary. None of them will replace sharing good content that is useful and that solves a problem. So if you can figure out how to do that, your newsletter will grow organically without you having to spend time and money on actively seeking new subscribers. So now, how do we actually create a newsletter that people love. There are basically 4 pieces of advice that I wanted to share with you today. First one is, don't make this about yourself. What I mean by that is that you shouldn't be talking about you and about your work in your newsletter. Instead, I would encourage you to think about your newsletter as a product of its own. So I would suggest that you find a specific topic that you're interested in, that you will enjoy researching and writing about, and that is also very aligned with the work that you do. And this topic should be the focus of your newsletter. Let me show you an example of what I mean by that. So Calibre is a product, it's an app actually, that lets you monitor your web performance. And they do publish a newsletter called the Performance Newsletter. So it has its own name, and the content is very aligned with the work that they do. I believe that they send it twice a month. And well, as you can see, it includes many links and articles about web performance, obviously. And it's also signed by them, but the newsletter has its own name. And interestingly, they do use it every now and then to share an update about their product, or, you know, to plug their product every now and then in the newsletter, although most of the content is actually not about themselves. So I think this is a great strategy, because then the newsletter is not just a channel that you can use to share your work every now and then when you have something to share, but instead you are able to send it more regularly, and by doing that you will grow a much bigger audience and you will keep them engaged. The benefit of that is that, of course, whenever you actually have something to show, like a new typeface release, for example, you can still plug it in the newsletter, and it's going to get much more visibility and it's going to have much more impact. Now moving on to the second advice, which is to validate your content with your audience. What I mean by that is that before you start spending time on putting together the newsletter and sending it, I suggest that you run a test to make sure that this content would be useful for your audience. The best way that I found to test this is by doing a simple coming soon landing page. So, you know, that would mean just making a landing page that explains the value proposition of your newsletter and that allows people to sign up by email to get notified whenever the newsletter is going to launch. I personally did this 3 years ago before I started sending fresh fonts. So I'm going to show you the coming soon test landing page that I had done back then. I'm actually a bit ashamed to show you this because it's definitely scrappy. I mean, as you can see, the design is excessively basic. It just explains what the newsletter is about and let people subscribe to the newsletter. Of course, the conversion rate would have been much higher if the page had a nicer design and if you could see an example email of the newsletter, which I couldn't do back then because this was before I actually started shipping the newsletter. But still, I just, quickly put this page out there. I had used TinyLetter to do it, which I'm not sure even exists today. Still exists today. In any case. And then I shared this link on a couple of forums for designers, since the target of my newsletter are basically graphic designers and visual designers. And then I was having a look at how the idea was received and if people were actually going to sign up on the page. And it actually worked fairly well. I got more than 260 people to subscribe within a couple of days. So that's what made me think that, you know, there actually was a need for this newsletter. So now I felt confident in spending a lot of time researching fonts and new release and putting together this newsletter. So I would really suggest that you do the same. If you don't know how to get started, I would recommend MailChimp. I don't use MailChimp for my newsletter because I think it has become, there are so many features that it has become slightly overwhelming. I would suggest something more simple to begin with. But the cool thing about MailChimp is that they offer landing pages, which are totally free. And so this would be perfect for you to get started, just to explain the idea that you have for your newsletter and share it around on the web and see if people are actually interested in that. Also, I'm not sure this is still part of the free plan, but MailChimp offers A/B testing, meaning that if you have a few ideas for the content of your newsletter, you could test these ideas against each other and see which one gets the most people to subscribe to. So if you try this but you don't get at least a couple of hundred people to sign up, that might be because either people are not really interested in what you want to talk about, or because the people who are interested in what you want to talk about are actually hard to find online. Either way, I would suggest that you try another idea and test it until you are able to get at least a couple of hundred people to sign up for your newsletter. Just to make sure that you're not gonna spend a lot of time on the newsletter and hardly getting read. Let's move on to my third advice today, which is to offer a high-value lead magnet. Now, what the hell is a lead magnet? You've probably seen this before. Lead magnets are usually something that you get offered for free when you sign up to a newsletter. Very often, it's like a 10% discount on your first purchase or things like that. It could be a free download as well, like a free PDF or a free ebook. An example in the type industry would be from the Type Foundry Typotech. So as you can see on their website, they offer 20 euros off any of their font if you sign up for their mailing list. So this is a technique that I've used to quickly grow my own newsletter. I took the idea a little bit further and I commissioned the Type Foundry pizza typefaces to design a typeface exclusively for me, which is called Gangster Grotesque. Don't ask me why. I'm actually the person who named it. There's no other reason than, I don't know, that day when I woke up, I was feeling gangsta and I decided it was a cool name. If it was to do again, I'm not sure I would name it like that again, but at least people kind of remember the name of this typeface. So don't blame pizza typefaces for the bad naming here. This is totally on me. In any case, so the guys designed this typeface and I made a mini site for it. So on this mini site, people can sign up for my newsletter and as a result get the typeface for free. That's actually the only way that you can get the typeface. In my case, it made a lot of sense to offer a free typeface as a lead magnet, since my newsletter is actually about typefaces, right? So I was kind of making sure that the people that I was attracting and who were subscribing to the newsletter to get the typeface to begin with would be interested in the actual content of the newsletter afterwards. So now that I had a mini site promoting the typeface, what I did was to share it around on the web, on Behance, for example, where it got a good amount of visibility and still does today. So actually, I get a lot of traffic from Behance to the mini site and a very high conversion there. So most of the people who subscribe to the newsletter today are still attracted by this hook, this lead magnet, the typeface that Pizza Typeface designed a couple of years ago. So I would encourage you to think about a lead magnet that has a lot of value for your audience, meaning more than 20 euros, but that's something that is actually very valuable to them. It could be a typeface, obviously, but I'm sure you can think of something more original. Like, for example, it could be a guide on how to pair typefaces together, which is always something that people struggle with, or, any other thing that you could come up with, and that people who would enjoy the content of your newsletter would find helpful, and that would really motivate them to sign up for your newsletter. And now moving on to my last piece of advice, which is to ship the newsletter consistently. It might sound silly, of course, but no strategy is ever going to replace consistency. So I would suggest that you send at least one issue of the newsletter every month. I think making it monthly is actually a good frequency, meaning that it's probably not too much work for you, but it will get your audience used to receiving your newsletter and build the habit of reading it. So, well, to sum it up, this were my 4 advices today. Let me get my face out of the way. Don't make the newsletter about yourself. Validate the content with your audience. Offer a very high value lead magnet for free and ship the newsletter consistently. So that was pretty much it. I hope this was useful in some way. See you in a minute at the live Q&A. If for some reason you couldn't attend the Q&A, or if you didn't have a chance to ask me a question, just hit me up on Twitter.
everyone, and thanks for attending my presentation, The Mysteries of History. I'll be talking about how uncovering obscure type and design history has changed my path and perspective as a designer. I'm Olivia Kane, a graphic designer, letterer, and educator in New York City, and I'm super excited to share my insights with you today. So it all started several months ago when I began a new segment on the weekly Typographic, a podcast by the League of Movable Type that I co-host. The segment was called Nerd Alert, and my goal was to teach listeners about type and design history that just likely wasn't included in their formal education. So each week I had to research a new history topic, and I would do this deep dive into these intricate and nuanced stories that were super fascinating, yet very undershared. So I noticed that none of these stories really fit into a mainstream movement of their time. They weren't part of the Bauhaus movement or Art Deco or the Swiss International style. And as outliers, they were largely ignored by educators, popular discourse, and publications. But the more I pieced these stories together, the more I was able to understand cultural and aesthetic trends I previously had taken for granted, along with a whole new set of insights. So I'm excited to share an abridged version of a few of these stories I've uncovered in my informal research. So first, I'm discussing a topic I've been interested in for several years, and that's the survival of blackletter in contemporary culture. So blackletter was most common in Western Europe between 1150 and the 16th century, and its biggest legacy is actually with the Gutenberg Bible, and it was used as a type style in the first instance of movable type in the Western world. Other historical associations include calligraphy, Christianity, and German national identity. And my biggest question was, why are we still seeing blackletter in the 21st century? Blackletter is now commonly associated with subcultures like heavy metal or streetwear or hip-hop culture, but I want to know where the through line was from these historical references. Especially because I knew blackletter was highly politicized. During World War II, the Nazis appropriated blackletter for their propaganda because they considered it the most pure German type style. And so as the Nazis expanded, though, they weren't able to find blackletter at as many European foundries in other countries and were therefore pretty much forced to disown it, and then they labeled it Jewish and totally forgot about it. And so this was highly politicized, this type style. Like, how did we get to where it is today? How did it remain popular? And so to get to today's uses of blackletter, I think we should take a look at Mexico, where blackletter has been popularized for centuries. It was first used when Spanish colonizers arrived there, and it kind of maintained its association with Christianity, so it survived pretty well in the country, and it's seen still on signs throughout the country as well. And so in the 1940s, there was an influx of Mexican immigrants into America, specifically Southern California. And soon afterwards, Latino gangs were formed, and the first documentation of the gangs' graffiti tags show them in a blackletter style, very informal and all uppercase, which is quite different than how it was used previously for all of its history. So a few years later, there's the emergence of iron-on lettering, and one of the iron-on lettering styles is blackletter. And so, when there were gang members that passed away, they made memorial t-shirts, and for the memorial t-shirts, they used the blackletter iron-on lettering. Also at the same time across the country in New York, there was breakdancing groups forming called the B-Boy Crews. They also used the iron-on lettering blackletter type style to identify their crews, and that likely is what started the foundation for the use of blackletter in hip-hop culture. Blackletter then became associated with youth rebellion and counterculture, which explains its existence in heavy metal, and then a symbol for anti-establishment and individuality. And those associations were soon commodified by Juicy Couture, Kanye West, Supreme, high fashion brand Vetements. And the designer for this specific line of Kanye West merch that really blew up several years ago specifically said that he was trying to reference the Latino gang memorial t-shirts of the 70s and 80s. So most type and design history books are not tracking this history, likely because it's often associated with groups on the fringes of society. But to me, this is just definitely a missing link in design history and should definitely be shared with students, professionals, and educators. So another story that takes a long look at the past is the one of skeuomorphism. So a word that, as we can see here, is not new and is actually spiking in popularity. And after some research, I'm counting on it to be relevant for the years to come. The graphic design community is most familiar with skeuomorphism through its manifestation in digital design. It's typically defined as an interface style that was popularized by Apple, where digital elements resembled their recognizable real-life counterparts. Easy enough to digest when we're given examples of the iPhone's earliest interfaces. Each of these representations, though, are called skeuomorph. And skeuomorphs are part of a larger story that exists beyond the bounds of purely aesthetic trends. And no one really knows this story. So a skeuomorph is defined as an object or feature that imitates the design of an old artifact. And the earliest examples were found in ancient Greek architecture, but taking us to modern day, we're actually familiar with other physical skeuomorphs, like the plastic Adirondack chair, faux buckles on Velcro shoes for children, electric candles, ridges in plastic cutlery that resemble their metal counterparts that are totally not functional. Even today, electric cars have front cooling grills, which are not functional either because batteries don't get as hot as regular engines do. So sometimes skeuomorphs are meant to trick the viewer into reminding them of a more expensive material, the way faux leather belts do. But even more interesting is their purpose as a psychological comfort. And I think that actually gets glossed over when we talk about the trend of skeuomorphism. In the 1980s, skeuomorphism enters the digital realm, and Steve Jobs wanted computer icons to act as their real-life counterparts. So trash cans to delete files, floppy disk icons to be a metaphor for saving, and so on. When the 2000s came and our device displays became more advanced, Steve Jobs wanted things to look lickable. And in that sense, things are rendered as glossy with highlights and shadows liberally applied, things really rendered in a 3D way, contact lists that looked like an actual address book, notepad apps that imitated yellow legal paper, even with the tiny tears at the top, and this pebbled leather binding. And as much as people love to hate on skeuomorphism because it's no longer in trend, we have to give Apple credit for creating that psychological comfort that came with its interface. And alongside that comfort, an educational tool. So in 2007, there was little familiarity with how to navigate touchscreens and advanced interfaces. So who knows if the iPhone would have been such an accessible device without all the visual and auditory cues. And the skeuomorphism that existed then led to the digital metaphors that we're familiar with today that we don't even think twice about. And that's like the digital shopping cart that we use when we're online shopping, or the quick flash of a black screen on your iPhone to tell you you've taken a picture. So as technology becomes more advanced and more accessible, I think we should be learning from these skeuomorphic strategies of the past to create the comfort and ease for the future users of our digital products. Next is the largely under-recognized data portraits by W.E.B. Du Bois. W.E.B. Du Bois was a prolific author, civil rights activist, co-founder of the NAACP, and sociologist. These data portraits, which were made alongside a team of students and alumni from Atlanta University, were a set of 60 visualizations or infographics and were displayed at the World's Fair in Paris in 1900. They were meant to show the uplift of Black communities since slavery ended a few decades prior, and they were unprecedented in many ways. First, with their advancement of the social science field. In 1900, social science was scarily largely based on social Darwinism, the racist and classist way of thinking that claimed Caucasians were the superior race. But these data that actually used science and numbers that refuted social Darwinism. And that was like a first of its kind, which is mind-blowing. These infographics showed the Black community's literacy rates, ownership of property, and other statistics to academically prove their race was not inferior and just as capable. And this was the first time academic data was shared with a wide audience and the first visualizations of institutionalized racism. These were a push and pull because the Black community had relative success compared to where they were when slavery was still in existence. But they were still fighting discrimination and Jim Crow laws and incredibly marginalized in America. Another reason these portraits are so innovative is because there was limited work done in infographics before Du Bois. William Playfair and Florence Nightingale are notable examples, but aesthetically nowhere near as innovative as Du Bois's work. which leads us to talk about the unprecedented aesthetic innovation with these pieces. These infographics are brightly colored, have almost a mechanical nature to them, even though they were hand-done, and are total outliers in a visual sense at the turn of the century, because that's when Art Nouveau was at the height of its popularity. So this sans serif type looks really outrageous, and really looks ahead of its time, like it could belong in the Bauhaus movement or the De Stijl movement, which didn't come till several years later. Which you could speculate that since these were shown in Europe, that the data portraits could have influenced the creators of those movements. These data portraits did win a prize at the World's Fair, circulated for a couple years afterwards, then disappeared from the public eye and were largely ignored for decades. These portraits could have been invaluable references that we should have been learning from and building on. It's frustrating to know that they were largely ignored by seminal texts and popular discourse around graphic design history. There are so many missed opportunities that these could have been used as tools in education for communication design. But in the past couple of years, these portraits have been revived and kept alive in several ways. I have to largely credit the designer and educator Silas Monroe, who has given several lectures on the subject at Type at Cooper and Letterform Archive, and even assisted with the recent publication W.E.B. Du Bois Data Portraits, Visualizing Black America. Also, the Chicago-based artist Theaster Gates has been recreating the infographics in different materials and elevating them to gallery status imagery. And finally, the very talented type designer Trey Seals has been working to revive the sans serif type used in these portraits that I'm showing on the right, with his type family shown on the left, called William. Reshaping our design education to include works like these is just necessary. Finally, we're going to end with some typographic knowledge that is wildly ignored, but is inherent to our everyday life, and that is our numeral system. So our current system, with base 10, a decimal point, and 10 digits, is the Hindu Arabic system. In America, where we have a one-sided Eurocentric telling of history, this has actually been a largely ignored fact for a long time, and a fact that's not known by many. In a survey by Civic Science, a market research company surveyed Americans and asked, should schools in America teach Arabic numerals as part of their curriculum? And 56% of the respondents said no. That is what we're learning in our curriculum. It's just a sad result that comes from the lack of education around this subject and long-standing discrimination in the United States. But we live in a global village, and it's long overdue to shine light on the campaign for Hindu Arabic numerals that clashed but eventually overcame Europe's Roman numeral legacy. So Hindu Arabic numerals were developed between the 1st and 4th century by Indian mathematicians, not Arabic as commonly misnoted. The first literature was written in 825 AD by Al-Khwarizmi in Baghdad at the House of Wisdom. Because they were in Baghdad, that's where we get Arabic. Al-Khwarizmi had a Latinized name, which was algorithmi, which is where we got algorithm. So Al-Khwarizmi recorded the system, but it wasn't until 300 years later, in the 1200s, the famous Fibonacci found the literature, got it translated, and brought it to the European population, where he tried to make it popular. It seemed like a more logical system to him then, and it obviously is. As we can see here, trying to multiply Roman numerals seems really hard. Or what about trying to align them in columns for accounting? That just doesn't work with Roman numerals. But because of the Roman Empire, Roman numerals were status quo, and so they were met with a lot of resistance when they were asked to change to this new Hindu Arabic system. So Europeans kind of made up all these reasons to resist it. Some Europeans thought it was going to be unchristian. Others said that it was going to be too easy to change accounting numbers with the Hindu Arabic system because you could just add zeros to numbers and make them bigger. But by the 1500s, typography helped propel it into a commonplace system. So then we should ask ourselves, when do we use Roman numerals today? Why should we use them? Well, they're still used in some standards, like to use in chapter numbers for books, page indexes or appendices for reference books, and in reference books they're typically shown in lowercase, which are called Romanettes because they're cute. Roman numerals are also seen in names and clocks as well. In fact, in 2010, luxury brand Pooja replaced Hindu Arabic numerals with Roman numerals on their watch faces and saw an increase in sales. A graphic designer may want to incorporate Roman numerals if they want to add melodrama to their text. Louis XIV in Roman numerals versus Louis XIV with Hindu Arabic numerals feels just different, and the same with Rocky IV. The Super Bowl also uses Roman numerals with the exception of Super Bowl 50, which used Hindu Arabic numerals because the written Super Bowl L was not appealing to the marketers involved. Another case where typographic history is juicy and complex but gets overlooked and understudied. By all means, we need to give credit where credit is due. The Hindu Arabic numeral system had to fight an uphill battle. So that wraps it up. If you want to hear any more on these subjects, they're part of past episodes of the weekly Typographic. As type users and designers, we are responsible for how we reuse aesthetic motifs from the past. It's time to reshape our design history education to include stories from a more global perspective and to stop discounting these lesser known but equally important anecdotes. By sharing my experience, I hope to have sparked some curiosity in you today and have shown the need to reshape and rethink our design history education as we pass it on to the next generation of creators. Thank you.
when a person asks you where you're from, and this is a question you get asked a lot when you move away from home, I'm secretly hoping inside that they don't ask me the next follow-up question, which is, where are you from in India? And this is where the fun really begins. My reply goes something like this. I'm from Bangalore, that's where I've lived most of my life, but I'm originally from Punjab. I never lived there and I moved a lot throughout my childhood, so I consider Bangalore home. And then the person would ask me, what's my mother tongue, or what do I speak, apart from English? Well, my mother tongue is Punjabi, and my parents speak Punjabi at home, so I understand it fully, but I can't really speak it myself. I never developed the habit to. Do I know the local language in Bangalore? No, I don't speak Kannada, and I cannot understand the local language there. So what do I speak when I'm not speaking English with my friends, or how do I speak in India? And then I tell them that most of my formal education has been in English, and my friends and I mostly converse in English too, with a bit of Hindi here and there. Now at the end of this conversation, either the person is really bored because I've taken forever to explain where I'm from and what I speak, or they're left quite amused as to how I don't speak my mother tongue. And I'm left with a rootless feeling where here I'm in a foreign land learning German where I don't know my own mother tongue. And this is exactly the feeling that brings me here today. I want to discuss our languages and also draw parallels to the tools we use today to make our markings. I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you have something to take away to help with your own practice. The average urban Indian consumes most of their information in English or an English-influenced version of Hindi called Hinglish. One linguist attempting to define what language is famously said that a language is a dialect with an army. He failed to note that some armies are better equipped than others. Popular social media like WhatsApp, Instagram, or Facebook equip English with a strong army of its own. As a result, we see hybrids of local languages like Hindi mixed with English, which gives birth to a dialect of its own. When it comes to Hinglish, we can see a strong language army in the Indian landscape that come equipped with advertisements, Bollywood movies, songs, public signboards, social media, etc. A study that interviewed 24 people observed that majority of the people who speak Hinglish do not do it out of choice, but because they struggle to speak monolingual Hindi. Now, someone like that is me. As a result, the people who speak Hindi switch to speaking Hinglish to talk to other English-speaking population. What we have then is a growing population of English speakers in a Hindi-speaking land with a poor knowledge of Hindi. Learners of a foreign language who have not yet achieved full command of it will sometimes fill gap in their language 2 system, which is English, with elements from their language 1, which is Hindi. Here's a simple example of what English sounds like. If I have to say, I'm going to watch a movie with my friends and I will be back home late. In Shuddh Hindi or in pure Hindi, I would say, मैं अपने दोस्तों के साथ फिल्म देखने जा रही हूँ और मैं घर देर से लौटूंगी. But what I would actually end up saying is, मैं मूवी देखने जा रही हूँ अपने friends के साथ और मैं घर लेट आऊंगी. The result of this process, the so-called interlanguage, is a hybrid form of language. The term in itself comes with a negative connotation with reference to the biological context of mixed breeding. Hybridization assumes that the process is detrimental to an original state of purity and authenticity. This raises critical questions about the negative connotation behind Hinglish and whether it is actually detrimental for its speakers. For this, we must understand how hybridization affects the human psyche. And to understand this further, I came across a research by Murat H. Roberts, who insightfully explains the nuance of this phenomena. To quote him, when bilingualism, which is normally a transient situation, comes to an end, one of the languages involved will incorporate the other into its grammatical system. At the end of a bilingual situation, the grammatical victor must possess prestige. This sovereign quality, which is the quintessence of dominance, must be obtained and kept by men who govern and things which prevail. Languages do not deviate from this general law. The prestigeful is the victorious. Prestige contains two elements, power and charm. People must not only fear, but they must admire what they fear. Now, to understand more the effects of globalization on languages, looking back at the history of India and colonization, it's understood why English is considered superior to Hindi or to any other Indian language. To think of the conflicts between the desire for English fluency spoken by the upper class to the reality of limited English access and job opportunities makes sense. Today's globalized society requires us to be global citizens. English appears at a sweet spot where it serves to modern demands while also being rooted. But does this new dialect affect the self-esteem of its speakers? Embodying a new culture comes with construction of new knowledge as well as destruction of the same. Our languages come from the land we live in and embody the collective knowledge of the people and their experiences with their land. To understand this further, I quote Russ Reimer from the National Geographic magazine. The ongoing collapse of the world's biodiversity is more than just an apt metaphor for the crisis of language extinction. The disappearance of a language deprives us of knowledge no less valuable than some future miracle drug that may be lost when a species goes extinct. Small languages, more than large ones, provide keys to unlock the secrets of nature because their speakers tend to live in proximity to the animals and plants around them, and their talk reflects the distinctions they observe. When small communities abandon their languages and switch to English or any other large language, there is a massive disruption of the transfer of traditional knowledge across generations. And this knowledge is about medicinal plants, food cultivation, irrigation techniques, navigation systems, seasonal calendars, and much more. Moving on to the next part of my presentation, I want to take a step further and draw parallels to what I feel is the same situation with our writing tools. As a designer, I find myself lost and at the same time inspired by all the creative tools I'm exposed to. I enjoy the convenience and flexibility offered by my digital tools, as well as the slow physical engagement with my analog tools. My last memory of writing and filling up notebooks to study or to understand a subject is of school. Post that, I have only used the first 5 pages of every journal I've ever bought and then losing tracks of my thoughts on different apps and platforms. In many ways, just like English as a language, typing is superior to handwriting. Typing offers more flexibility, customization, convenience, and accessibility, and further gives us the freedom to carry our information in our pockets without having to deal with the bulkiness of paper. It is by far the most practical way of organizing our thoughts. The human's need to constantly improve pushes us to create better and better tools. We can already see the emergence of hybrid tools which take the convenience of typing and the personalization of handwriting to give us an impressive experience of writing digitally using a stylus on a tablet. Much like the benefits of English, being tech-savvy today opens up more opportunities for people and encourages the shift from analog to digital. According to Anne Trubeck, in an interview with Newsday, she says, "How we write, the tools we use, and how we make our letters or marks reveal something about our culture. It is a marker of who we are, and these things change the way we think." What are then the effects of this engagement with our tools on our thoughts? I stumbled upon an interesting blog by Anne Weil where she discusses Nicholas Gar's book, What the Internet is Doing to Our Brains. And he mentions scriptura continua as an early form of writing that used no spaces or punctuation marks. This made the writing and reading really hard up until the use of spaces and punctuation marks that were introduced in the 1000 AD. The physical act of writing got easier and it made writers pick up their pens and papers to start putting their thoughts down. Carr writes, "Their works immediately became more personal and more adventurous. They began to give voice to the unconventional, skeptical, and even the heretical and sinuous ideas, pushing the bounds of knowledge and culture." Post that in 1714 was the invention of the typewriter by Henry Mill. Carr further explains the effects of the typewriter by quoting Friedrich Nietzsche speaking to his dear friend. He quotes, "Nietzsche's prose had become tighter, more telegraphic, there was a new forcefulness to it, as though the machine's power, its iron, was somehow through some mysterious metaphysical mechanism being transferred into the words it pressed into the page." As he noticed that in his own work, His thoughts in music and language often depend on the quality of the pen and paper. Nisha replied, "You're right. Our writing equipment takes part in forming our thoughts. When we write a letter of the alphabet, we form it component stroke by component stroke. And that process of production involves pathways in the brain that go near or through the parts that manage emotion. The advantages of writing by hand can be a huge motivation for us to keep the practice alive. Psychologists have long understood that personal, emotion focused writing can help people recognize and come to terms with their feelings. For the next and last part of my presentation, I want to share an experiment I conducted to understand translation as communication and what really happens in the process. This experiment was inspired by the text Metaphors We Live by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, where they deconstruct the metaphors that exist in our vocabulary. These metaphors play a huge role in shaping our reality. One such metaphor was the conduit metaphor mentioned by Michael Reddy. He observes that the language about language is roughly structured by this complex metaphor. Ideas are objects, linguistic expressions are containers, and communication is sending. So essentially, the speaker puts ideas or objects into words, which are containers, and then sends them to the hearer, who then takes the ideas and objects out of the word and then processes it. To understand this deeper, I decided to deconstruct the conduit metaphor. And this basically made me look at communication as simply a process of translation. In the above figure, you will see the blue pen as an original idea. This idea is translated through a linguistic expression, which is language. This is the conduit. Through this linguistic expression, we get the output, which is the result of our translation. With my new tool, I decided to draw objects by only keeping my focus on the blue pen, which is my idea. And the results of this experiment gave me a clear visual as to what is lost in translation and what is gained. In the first result, you can see that the black line on the right are my ideas, and the purple line is the result of translation. A simple drawing of a cone is distorted at the end of the translation, but this distortion, even though it has lost its original character, reveals new information about the original idea. It suggests the starting and the end point of the drawing, and it shows me the vibrations of my hand while drawing. The second example again reveals new information in the translated drawing. Here, the translated image has 2 lines under the word, while the original image has 1 line. What this image captures is the movement of my pen in the air from letter O of the hello to the line under the H. The translated image still carries the same information as the original text because the meaning remains the same, but it also offers some additional information even though the drawing has changed. In the next experiment, where I've mixed image and text, the translated image captures the structure of the original idea but loses a whole lot of form. The writing Vincent on the original drawing is illegible in the translation, and the scribbly lines reveal the motion of my hand in the original drawing, but it loses most of its meaning when viewed in isolation. Now we arrive at the conclusion of my presentation. Certainly, there's lots to lose if we stop practicing our handwriting as well as our mother tongues. This isn't just about the knowledge that a language might possess, but also the muscle memory of our fingers making shapes on paper that makes sense to our brain. Our bodies are banks of information that accumulates knowledge gained through physical experience. I certainly do feel the prestige in being able to use modern tools and being part of an era that uses complex mechanisms, but I do wonder if I would have written about the same topic if my tool of choice would have been pen to paper, or how different my arguments would be. There's a small sense of rootlessness in these unified letters which look the same no matter what my emotion is. But I think it's safe to say that our handwriting isn't going to vanish anytime soon, but probably very slowly turn into scribbles that will gradually stop making sense to us until another form does. Advanced tools unite us, but it can be at the cost of generalizing diverse viewpoints. Our tools create our reality. I think it is worthy to remember the freedom that they provide us can seem like an illusion considering the influence they have on our thoughts. Further, my experiments are a simple way to visually describe the process of construction and deconstruction of knowledge. Thank you so much for making it till the end of the presentation, and I feel humbled that all of you have listened to me and my voice for so long. I only hope to leave you inspired even a little bit to embrace our unique origins, to speak our truth and channel that into our practice as designers and creatives, to create more diverse fonts, to create more diverse artworks which are true to us and help us learn about each other more, but also ourselves. Thank you so much.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muchas gracias a TypeWknd y a todo el equipo por esta oportunidad. Soy María Cecilia Brarda, soy licenciada en Diseño de Comunicación Visual, soy de Argentina, de Santa Fe. Me recibí en la FADU, Facultad de Arquitectura, Diseño y Urbanismo de la Universidad Nacional del Litoral, en donde actualmente también doy clases en grado y en posgrado. En el área de grado estoy trabajando en morfología, en diseño y en arquitectura, y en el área de posgrado imparto cursos de posgrado de Motion Graphics y de Type in Motion, que es un poco sobre lo que les vengo a contar. Después de recibirme, pude ir a realizar una maestría en tipografía, disciplinas y usos en la Universidad de Barcelona, y a la par de realizar esa maestría, en donde me enamoré de la tipografía también, pude realizar mis prácticas en el canal de televisión TV3, Televisión de Cataluña, y durante ese año, mientras hacía la maestría, también trabajaba en las prácticas en el canal, y ahí aprendí a realizar de manera profesional motion graphics. Bueno, lo que les vengo a compartir tiene que ver más con mi proceso de trabajo en el área de animación, que en los proyectos que realizo para TypeWknd, que generalmente son animaciones destinadas a promoción de las fuentes tipográficas, ya sea en redes sociales o a veces con videos que hacen para la misma empresa o para presentar en congresos. Voy a presentar algunos ejemplos y algunos procesos de estos ejemplos, en donde básicamente me voy a focalizar en la composición y el storyboard, en el momento de trabajar con el sonido y en la animación y edición. Cuando empiezo, una de las primeras cosas que me encuentro, por supuesto, es con la tipografía. Empiezo a ver qué caracteres son los que para mí más se destacan o que más me gustan, los que más me llaman la atención. Estudio un poco cómo es el contraste. Bueno, también estudio, por supuesto, la carta de identidad de la tipografía. Pero bueno, básicamente hago como una selección de algunos caracteres y tengo bastante libertad para trabajar en estas piezas respecto a qué mostrar o cómo mostrarlo. Y generalmente a veces proponemos una temática. Por ejemplo, en este caso, como la tipografía Hero Sans había sido realizada para el estadio San Siro y decidimos hablar de fútbol de mujeres. Entonces, bueno, elegí estas referencias que me gustaban sobre este tema. Y bueno, después empecé a hacer algunas composiciones en donde, como les decía, tengo que trabajar una secuencia en donde uno tiene que pensar cómo entra, qué es lo que pasa en ese momento y cómo sale de la pantalla. O sea, estamos pensando que la palabra va a tener una duración de existencia y generan composiciones con pocas palabras porque van a pasar en un tiempo muy rápido. Una parte del proceso a veces al principio es en blanco y negro y después, esto que les decía, el trabajo puramente de animación se hace de distintas maneras, pero esta es una en donde es una composición multicapas, en donde cada capa de texto tiene sus propias acciones y propiedades, y luego entran en composición en un momento determinado de la duración de la película. Estamos hablando de una duración de 15 segundos, son bastante cortas, por eso hay que poder potenciar al máximo cada instante. También después se hace un trabajo de prueba de color, en donde también veo las tramas, qué pasa con el primer plano, algunos conceptos que vienen del cine, de la animación, que se trabaja la tipografía a corte o muy en el borde o una parte, esta idea de que hay un zoom in y un zoom out. Y por otro lado, hay algunas veces que las palabras se pueden armar a partir de las mismas, armar en el sentido de que se pueden animar a partir de jugar con las mismas astas o distintas partes de las letras. A la par hago el trabajo de audio, no es algo que lo dejo para el final, así que es algo que va pasando totalmente a la par del diseño. Y esta fue la pieza final. Ebony fue otro trabajo en donde esta fuente tenía que trabajarse con el concepto Fast and Furious, y una de las maneras que más me gusta trabajar, aunque no siempre lo hago así, pero es a partir del sonido. Entonces, en el proceso de este trabajo había buscado diferentes referentes de audio y bueno, los edito primero el audio en donde marco determinada duración, que es la que después finalmente va a tener la pieza, y estudio cómo son los tiempos, dónde hay más quiebre, dónde es más lento, dónde es más rápido, dónde hay pausas. Y en este caso, bueno, el concepto era rápido y furioso. Si bien no trabajé un storyboard muy lineal de toda la pieza, sí dije, bueno, a ver, esa referencia anterior de la letra, bueno, la trasladé acá. Trabajé en este caso con esta idea de la R que entra como arrastrándose. Esta fue la pieza final. Con mucha adrenalina. En el caso de Laima, este fue un trabajo diferente, porque aquí lo que se pedía era simplemente que se escriba la palabra Laima, que esta es una tipografía que tiene características de, si bien caligráficas, también de algo stencil. Entonces es como una caligrafía, pero stencil. Y bueno, solamente me pedían escribir, que se escriba Laima. Y bueno, esto marca ciertos trazos, ciertos movimientos, supuestamente sería algo así, ¿sí? Las letras se animan siguiendo la dirección de los trazos, que supuestamente se escriben de esa manera. Seguí probando qué pasa a ver con los trazos de esas mismas letras. Lo empecé a descomponer como para armar texturas, tramas, y también jugar un poco, divertirme un poco más con unos efectos visuales. Y ahí quedaba, pero por ahí todavía estaba muy, por un lado la trama, aparecía una transición y después aparecía el texto. Me parecía que había que darle una identidad un poco más fuerte a cada una de las letras, que de hecho era sobre lo que íbamos a trabajar. Y entonces empecé a ver cómo se animaría cada uno de estos signos. Cómo entraría el trazo, qué pasaría, cómo saldría. Y ya jugando un poco más con las mismas formas, pero sin limitarme a que solamente se dibuje el trazo. Entonces empieza a ver otro tipo de efectos, de trama, es más ilustrativo. Este año decidí participar en 36 Days of Types, ya ustedes deben conocer este desafío. Entonces tomé este trabajo que venía haciendo, lo retomé, algo que dije, bueno, vamos a pedir permiso, por supuesto, a ver si podía hacer una prueba. Y decidí como empezar a jugar con estos trazos y me puse a armar todo el alfabeto. Entonces, estas letras, todas del alfabeto Laima, bueno, ya empezaban como a tener otro tipo de juego, ya más visual, más arabesco. Y la idea fue que sea un proyecto personal, en donde decidí subir una letra por día al Instagram. Así que, bueno, esto lo disfruté muchísimo porque es algo que yo quise hacer. Y además me agilizó mucho en el trabajo de animación, porque hay que subir una por día, eso es el challenge. Y bueno, me encantó hacer esto. Un poco lo que busco con esto de animar los trazos y de darle como un relato a cada uno, es que cuando se está escribiendo la palabra, fíjense, en este momento se empiezan a superponer todas las composiciones, que son todas distintas. Entonces uno puede escribir cualquier tipo de palabra y esas composiciones como que generalmente son siempre nuevas, siempre distintas, y las manchas que se generan, esas tramas, esas texturas, también. Bueno, portada Type también quería presentarles porque fue un desafío diferente, ya que tuve que trabajar con un alfabeto tailandés y la verdad que fue un desafío totalmente nuevo porque no entendía prácticamente nada de lo que decía, simplemente fue trabajar la tipografía como signos icónicos, casi cada uno para mí era una imagen, así que, pero a estos signos también tuve ayuda para investigar y ver cómo se dibujan, cómo se escriben, como por ejemplo supe que siempre se empieza del circulito, entonces la animación empieza desde ahí, y entonces bueno, hice la animación de estos signos, una trama con estos, y en la animación da otro efecto, es otra cosa, que el signo aparezca con esta trama hecha a partir del mismo signo, y bueno, para mí es un efecto muy lindo. Y esta fue entonces la animación final. Y bueno, no quiero dejar de pasar la oportunidad para presentarles también mi libro de Motion Graphics, en donde uno de los capítulos trabajo lo que es Type in Motion y hablo sobre las tipografías, específicamente cuando se trabaja en animación, en branding televisivo, más que nada, que es el enfoque que tiene este libro. Y en donde empiezo a desglosar un poco cuáles son los componentes del motion graphics, qué pasa con el trabajo de la imagen en el nivel narrativo, en la temporalidad de la imagen en movimiento, cómo se crea el relato, qué técnicas de animación se realizan, cómo es el proceso, el paso a paso, y esto yo lo trato de volcar y de llevar al proyecto profesional en el que esté trabajando. Así que es un poco presentarles y bueno, que lo pueden adquirir en la página de la editorial Gilens. Y por último les quería presentar un par de trabajitos de estudiantes del curso de Type in Motion que imparto desde el año pasado en la facultad, si bien hace desde el 2012 que doy cursos de Motion Graphics, desde el año pasado estoy armando uno específicamente de Type in Motion. Es pensar el relato audiovisual, pensar la narración tipográfica de una letra, cómo puede construirse y deconstruirse en esos 5 segundos que vive en la pantalla. También qué es lo que pasa a partir del sonido. Se trabaja mucho a partir de qué es lo que genera, cómo el efecto del sonido le da esa vibración, parece que nace del sonido. Y trabajan también un sistema de un par de letras hasta que forman una palabra. Se trabaja de distintas maneras. Este es otro ejemplo. Y bueno, desde ya estoy muy agradecida por haber estado presente en TypeWknd. Y bueno, cuando quieran me pueden escribir o contactar, me pueden seguir en Instagram. Así que muchísimas gracias por esta oportunidad.
Thanks for joining TypeWknd. I'm Karen Chang, Professor of Visual Communication Design at the University of Washington in Seattle, where I've been teaching type design since 1998. When I first started teaching type design, like most new professors, I tried to copy the class that I myself had taken. I learned type design at the University of Cincinnati from Heinz Schenker, who you see in these photos. Heinz would begin each class session with a lecture on specific letters drawing on the chalkboard. Afterwards, he would move into the studio, meeting with students individually to correct their drawings. It's quite messy, but I still have my notebook from his class. This drawing is very crude, but it shows the anatomy of an uppercase Q, specifically different ways that the tail can be attached to the bowl. Even though this is very unrefined, these notes are the initial inspiration for a book I wrote later, called Designing Type. When I started teaching, I thought the lecture portion of the class was very tedious and time-consuming. I started making handouts instead that showed general letter structures. For example, here's that same analysis of the capital Q. I'm a little embarrassed about this, but my publisher wants me to mention that a new edition of Designing Type is coming out. I've worked very hard to create a fully revised second edition, which will be available on October 20th in both the US and the UK. The advantage of getting this book done meant that I no longer had to lecture. Students could read and refer to the information on their own time, the so-called flipped classroom. This meant more time for critique from me, and critique from classmates. In this early class setup, students were required to draw both a serif and sans serif typeface, including the capitals, numbers, and lowercase. The final deliverable for the class was a series of display boards, specimen boards that show a selected set of glyphs that were as refined as possible. Students made the boards by scanning their sketches and tracing each glyph in Adobe Illustrator. Students could make either a text or a display typeface. This is Leslie Land's project. She wanted to make a typeface that had Asian characteristics, but wasn't the dreaded chopsticks font. This is an all capitals typeface created on a grid with 2 circular sizes. This approach was fine for a while, but I began to feel it was too limited. I thought what I was doing was a bit like the compulsory figures that ice skaters used to perform as part of the Olympics. In my personal opinion, these figures are beautiful, but they are isolated. They aren't part of an expressive performance like the long or short programs. Our students are training to become graphic designers. We aren't a specialized type design school like Reading or KABK. It's actually more important that our students understand the personality of a typeface. For example, I think Studio Bureau's Dogs as Fonts really gets at the idea of using a typeface to express specific qualities. Although I have to say that I really do not agree with the dog selected for Universe. I think part of the problem was that students were not creating a full working typeface. The letters of a typeface look quite different when they're set in words, sentences, and paragraphs. This may be an extreme example. This is a specimen of Hobo Rococo by the Ono Type Company, that is James Edmondson. If you look at the character set on the right, it looks quite nice, but it's somewhat abstract. However, if you look at the words on the left, you can actually see how the typeface works. You can see if it's really legible or not, and you can get a kind of feeling from it. It's a bit like the difference between looking at clothes on a hanger as opposed to actually trying them on. Around the time that I was thinking about this problem, How to Improve My Type Design class, the book Metro Letters was published. The author, Deborah Littlejohn, documents a project where 6 different type design teams were invited to create a typeface for the Twin Cities, Minneapolis and St. Paul. This is the winning entry, a superfamily called Twin by the Dutch designers Eric van Blokland and Jus van Rossum. It comes in many variants. I especially enjoyed the loopy and weird variants. After this book came out, I decided to use the same prompt for my own type design class. That is, I would have students design a typeface for the city of their choice. I have 5 examples of the City Typeface project. The first project is by Mike Fretto. Mike is from Florida, and he selected his hometown, St. Augustine. Like a lot of towns in Florida, there are hand-painted letters on small family-owned fruit and tourist shops. So that was the inspiration for his typeface Augie, as a nickname for Augustine in St. Augustine. The second project is by James Atkins, who's from Idaho. He was interested in capturing the feeling of those turn-of-the-century steamships that traveled on the Coeur d'Alene River. His typeface is called Harrison, which is the name of a famous Idaho steamship. There's also a small town called Harrison in Idaho. Both the ship and the town are named after President Benjamin Harrison, who was the 23rd President of the United States. Both the third and fourth projects respond to the architecture of a place. The first project is by Felix Wang for the city of Detroit. Detroit truly was the Paris of the Midwest. There are several neighborhoods that still have beautiful Victorian homes. These homes have a distinctive narrow proportion. You can see that narrow proportion in the typeface, which is named Piquette after Piquette Avenue. This was the address of the first Ford auto plant in Detroit. The Model T produced at the plant is shown at left. The second architectural project is by Sean Douglas for Hamilton, which is the capital city of Bermuda. Bermuda is a small, very small island off the southern coast of the US. I have actually not been to Bermuda, so I wasn't aware of the vernacular architecture. Sean showed our class these photos of building details. There are many decorative ornaments, but even though they're decorative, they're still very simple and geometric. The buildings look a bit like a frosted cake. You can really see that in this next photo, these kind of amazing building details and simple geometry. The final city project here is by Kaito Gengo, who was an international student studying with us from Tokyo. Kaito selected the prefecture of Kyoto for his project. He was interested in the blend of old and new that exists in Kyoto. For example, on the left is the modern Kyoto train station, but on the right is a traditional Japanese interior. Kaito described Kyoto as a historic city that was filled with gardens and temples. It was a city where you could still see traditional geishas. I like this diagram that he made that was kind of his design brief, that his goal in this typeface was to find ways to show this mix of attributes, the traditional parts of Japan, the kind of softness of the flowers and the femininity, yet the modern qualities that were also emerging. So here's his initial sketches. You can see he's trying to capture those contrasting aspects with both flowing and rigid strokes. And this is the final typeface. He called his typeface Kwashiko. I was pretty happy with this project for several years. This is kind of an overview of several city typeface projects. I think it worked well because I was teaching it as a small class. There were usually just 8 or 6 students every quarter, maybe. This is one small class. I'm afraid the students look super tired in this photo because it was taken right after the final. They tend to stay up late to finish the project. I don't know if I would do the city typeface project again because I found that capturing the idea of a city in a typeface is actually quite difficult. For example, I live in Seattle, and there are obvious things that people think about when they hear Seattle, like the Space Needle, coffee, or rain. If you dig a little deeper, you might find out that Boeing is headquartered here, or that there was a big grunge music scene in the 80s and 90s. And of course, there are specific attractions in any place, like the Pike Place Market. But none of these things are obvious jumping off points for a type designer, especially not a beginning type designer. However, just as I was reaching the end of the city typeface era, I was very fortunate to meet the French type designer Jean-François Porches. I was able to get a grant from the Simpson Center at the University of Washington and invite him to come to Seattle for an entire week to give a series of lectures as well as a type design workshop. This is Jean-Francois during the workshop. I'm afraid our physical plant in the art building is rather crummy, but it was really exciting to have him there working with a group of 30 students. I am so grateful to Jean-Francois because he demonstrated during the workshop the idea of basing a typeface on an existing bit of type. For example, lettering from a sign, a book cover, or a package. I don't know why I didn't think of this before on my own. In many ways, it's quite obvious, but I didn't. So I have another series of example projects. The first sign prompt I tried was this SO sign. It's a bit unusual because it seems that most signs are all in uppercase letters. It's very nice to get the lowercase here, and especially to get an S, because then you don't have to draw your own S, you can just trace it. So you can see the student tracing of the original letters here. The students thought it would be useful to have a normal E, quote unquote, along with the cursive original. Here's the pinup on the wall showing how the team is working out the rest of the glyphs so that they match in weight and style. And here are two display posters that show the final SO typeface. I should mention these are all group projects with 3 to 5 students working together. This is the NICE group. Their typeface is based on the fashion house that is in Vienna, Austria. This is a typeface based on a sign that was in Louise Fili's French sign book. So through this book, as well as an Italian book, she's documented many beautiful signs in France and Italy that would all otherwise be lost. This is the patisseries group on that day of the final exam. They like to make these portraits for Instagram to show how difficult the class is. I follow Jean-Francois Porches on Instagram now. I saw he was in Baltimore and took this photo of a rail car at their B&O Railroad Museum. This was an unusual project because the students only had numbers to go on. There are capitals above, and in fact, I think I selected this particular prompt because I thought the R was really gorgeous. But those capitals turned out to be very extended, and they wanted to have a normal width typeface, so it didn't really offer them so much help in terms of the design. I also followed the alphabets on Instagram. So on the right is a great sign that was photographed by the illustrator and lettering artist Erin Ellis. She mentioned that it was hand-drawn by the street vendor in New York City. So on the left is the student interpretation, their typeface based on that sign. This is probably the most calligraphic project I've tried. I actually don't know that much about calligraphy, although I've been trying to practice and learn some more on my own. But this group of students was very engaged and interested in brush lettering. So the prompt on the right is a hand-painted sign on a moving truck. The original photograph was taken by Nicholas Feltrin on Flickr. These last 2 projects are local. I like to use local prompts when it's possible so the students can actually go in person to see the signs. One of my colleagues has a commission to rework the signage for Seattle's waterfront park, which logically is on the waterfront in downtown Seattle. I thought we should try to make a typeface for her project based on the existing cast concrete sign, which has these wonderful deep bevels. But I think she's decided to use something else that's a little more friendly. The students really liked what they called the brutalist quality of the original sign. I think there's a kind of comeback of brutalism recently. So they named their typeface after the architect Marcel Breuer. This last project is kind of hyper-local in that it exists in our very own art building. This is a hand-painted sign in the very unloved loading dock of our building. The university actually used to employ their own sign painters prior to computers. You can actually see in some of the buildings that the room numbers, for example, are hand-painted. So this is a sign reset in the student typeface. The original sign is on the left, their replacement sign is on the right. You can see their version is far more regular, which makes sense since it's a typeface, not a hand-painted sign. And it's also less organic or humanist than the original design. Their typeface is called Workroom Sans, after all the hours they put into the design in the studio. I've written more about this project in the new edition of Designing Type. I thought I'd close with a few images of our students. This one is in the before times when we could have class in person. This screenshot is from this past spring quarter, when the entire class was taught remotely using Zoom and Figma. But either way, however we teach it, it's still a class that's all about the joy of letters, and I'm still seeking to improve it in the future. So I'll leave you with this final image of one of our students, Rachel Connolly, basking in the love of type.
Hi everyone, it's nice to be here. I made this cover screen to play around with my typeface bridge. I tried creating a little battery icon using its different punctuation marks. Now, before we get started, I have a few disclaimers. Nothing major, I just want to manage expectations. First, I am non-indigenous to my birthplace because both of my parents immigrated there. Second, my recount on the history of Guam is incomplete. I grew up on the island and learned the history through primary schooling, interactions with neighbors, and personal research later in life. As a content warning, a small portion of the presentation includes information regarding violence. So this brings me to my third disclaimer. I am labeling my presentation as a guide to understanding the conceptual relationship between my historical and contemporary knowledge of the island and the design of my typeface bridge. One last bit, I would like to thank TypeWknd for inviting me to participate. Additionally, I'd like to acknowledge a few entities that have been a part of the type design and research aspect of my life so far, which includes the Alphabets, Letterform Archive, and the Rhode Island School of Design. Today my presentation lives under the title Paradox Paradise, a meditation on Guam's history with acculturation. I'm going to frame two words as to fine-tune what I'll be talking about. When I say meditation, I am thinking about Guam's history in a repetitive, contemplative manner, and letting certain aspects of these thoughts imbue my design choices. In my little graphics below, I used bridges glyphs to abstractly represent my process of meditation. On a more sociological bend, I use the word acculturation. Again, I represent it with abstract symbols. This particular pound hashtag symbol in this quote-unquote formula stands in as a culture when combined or confronted with a different culture, typically a domineering one, and yields a modified version of the initial culture, subjectively for better or for worse. In relation to the island of Guam, the tension for better or for worse largely depends on which era of external rule we're referring to. Island control by external ruling entities has changed hands over the last 6 centuries, but for the sake of time, we will most closely look at the ongoing affair with the United States and snippets of Japan. Before focusing on the ongoing affair with the United States, we need to do a little bit of setup. When the United States liberated the island from Japan, the islanders were grateful because of the poor conditions of the prison camps, which involved torture, among other things. Post-liberation, the United States created the Organic Act of 1951 as a way to bring the island under their neo-colonial campaign. This act granted islanders U.S. citizenship, but was arguably structured in a way that indefinitely locked the island into its current status as an unincorporated territory. One of the major caveats of this particular political status is not being given the opportunity to vote for president. These types of oversights, or intentional hindrances, spilled into various aspects of life, including commerce. Once exclusively the United States' westernmost military outpost, it began to have a growing need to provide the troops with leisure activities. The necessity for an economic shift to provide these activities concerned many public figures, particularly Dr. Pedro Sanchez, one of the very few Chamorro officials in a government saturated with mainland American military officials, not politicians or indigenous peoples. Dr. Sanchez warned of the shortcomings in this proposed economic shift, noting that economic systems are not one size fits all, and how these changes will drastically influence and even obscure important aspects of indigenous culture. It turns out Dr. Sanchez's thoughts in his 1972 speech, Paradox of a Paradise, rang true, particularly today and in the coming years of the island. The United States military presence on the island has grown dramatically since Liberation Day in 1944. The military possesses about a third of the island's landmass, which includes some ancestral land, and whose possessions grow by the year. Growing up on the island, I heard this type of news on a regular basis, and I even had an aunt who was on food stamp because she was unable to work due to her lupus, an autoimmune disease, which made it impossible to hold a traditional job. As an alternative, she was like a second mother to me, and was the first person to introduce me to art, video games, writing, and music. She greatly influenced the foundations of my current practice. As of 2016, she's not with us anymore, but she is one of the reasons I am proud to identify as biracial, my father being Irish and my mother being Filipino, as gender fluid because gender is a social construct and choosing one sounds like a death sentence, as an artist plus designer, which sometimes frustrates me because I see the two as intertwined, but the word creative as a noun bugs me for some reason. And as a Guamanian American, because I wasn't born on the mainland and I've lived there longer than I've lived here. I'm not sure what I'm going to start saying in 3 years when the years spent in each place becomes the same amount. To better connect design and culture, I asked myself, why was I drawn to the pixel aesthetic? For me, playing video games was a way of spending time with friends and family. But video games would not have existed on the island without the presence of Japan and the United States. This pixel aesthetic for me became a metaphor for the island's acculturation during the late 20th century, which fed my thoughts regarding the visibility of culture. My experiments in pushing the boundaries of readability brought about the following images where I focus on the idea of illegible words as a form of visual code, and these codes becoming images. To start off, we have the Latin caps for English. Altogether, we see how the legible characters inform the reading of the illegible characters. Each style is named after a resolution, meaning the size of the grid each character was designed on, or translated onto, create the character. For example, the top line is bridge resolution 3x3, meaning the characters are based on a 3x3 grid. I was interested in how parameters affected legibility, which reminded me of how the changing physical parameters, or land holdings, of the U.S. military on the island profoundly affects the visibility of indigenous culture. In this drawing, I create a narrative of animal imagery relevant to the island with a verse that reads, "When they arrive, snakes invade, birds fly away, corpses drop when they arrive." The ominous "they" refers to the negative aspects brought about by the U.S. military presence. For example, in 1950, the brown tree snake was a stowaway on a military ship and became an invasive species. By 1980, the native bird population was nearly decimated by these snakes. Then, in 2010, local authorities developed an odd method to curb the overpopulation of the snakes by dropping dead mice filled with a liquid akin to Tylenol, which puts the snakes out. There was something shocking yet rhythmic about the timing of these events. 30 years worth of spacing. Piecing these events together felt like creating the opening scene for a video game. Like, here's all this weird stuff happening now. Now go on a journey and try to fix it. For Welcome to Paradox Paradise, I extend the idea of an opening screen for a video game by using the language of downloading and opening computer files. This particular image expands on the line "birds fly away" from the previous image. In my thought process, the presence of the US military led me to consider the words "war game," meaning a military exercise carried out to test or improve tactical expertise. In video games, a player must also exercise their skills to perfect a different type of tactile expertise. It seemed natural to connect the idea of war game to video game under a pixel aesthetic. This piece, Windows Upon Windows, uses bridge resolution 3x3 as the main compositional component and creates a barely legible string of words, which doubles as the image of the design. The concept of this design goes a bit outside of the realm I created in regards to video games by branching the pixel aesthetic out to considering the gamification of the internet, specifically social media. For example, the social currency and potential monetization of being internet famous or having an online business. This spread is of a literature review I created under the shortened title Video Games, and talks about how the current system of categorizing video games by genre limits our understanding of its gameplay, and further limits our understanding of gender in terms of the characters presented to us, and even further limits our capacity as a society to accept gender identifications outside of the male-female and man-woman binary, which conflates gender and sex, the two of which that are not interchangeable. I created this booklet by drawing influences from gaming consoles like the Nintendo DS. Additionally, I possess an interest in economics and globalization. A portion of this booklet includes information about the unique video game markets in Japan, the United States, and the United Kingdom. In the future, I'd like to research and examine the island's location as a cultural crossroad for Japan and the United States, and consider different aspects of the United Kingdom's independent and creative scene to create a new lens for global commerce. Additionally, I produced physical packaging for the typeface by designing a series of stickers to adhere to SD cards, inspired by video game cartridges, and placing a digital copy of the typeface file on each card. The size of the SD card roughly resembles a Nintendo DS cartridge. PX-PE is short for Paradox Paradise, and the numberings of each SD card marks the resolution of each style. For my last piece of this talk, I'm showing a screenshot of a font tester I recently coded for all 9 styles of bridge. Feel free to test it out at mderpth.com/bridge-font-tester. mderpth being spelled as MDERPTH. And now resources. If you are interested in learning more about the island of Guam, please internet search one of these sources, such as Guampedia.com, MARC, or the Micronesian Area Research Center at the University of Guam, and the Independent Guahan Facebook page. And this is my contact information, if you'd like to get in touch. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and you can reach me on Instagram through my artist account, which is mderpth, MDERPTH, or emailing me at msbdevlin@gmail.com, msbdevlin. Thank you.
Hello, this is Thomas Jochen in New York City.
Hello to you all. This is Lisa Mayoni in Kansas City, Missouri.
Welcome back to day 3 of the TypeWknd post-game talk.
In this series of videos, Thomas and I go over our top 3 talks of the day.
We end each video with the talks we're looking forward to for tomorrow.
Be part of the conversation and share what talk you love most from day 3.
Don't forget to add the hashtag TypeWknd on both Twitter and Instagram. Lisa, you ready to jump in?
Absolutely. I was really excited yesterday for this, and it absolutely didn't disappoint. Well, Kriti Monga's talk, I was excited for it yesterday. Was absolutely fantastic. As a design educator, it was super inspiring, so much joy and so much love around learning about type. She starts with the tools by exposing students to calligraphy. It's not about becoming a calligrapher as much as it's about getting sensitive to the form and spacing and possibilities with those tools. A lot of projects with modular lettering as an approach to make type come more alive. A particular quote that came from her talk, "Tactile play is not just romantic arts and crafts, it gets students intensely engaged." I can't agree more. A few other quotes that caught my attention today. Anahat Kaur offers, "Language is a dialect with an army." That was very provocative. From Pooja and Tanya, "Interpretation is not just instruction, or not instruction, but provocation." And Karen Cheng, ever inspiring, describes one of her type design students at the end of her presentation, basking in the love of type. And Olivia Kane, oh my God. As a design histories nerd, absolute alert here. This was a great example of digging into design that might not be written into the canon, but is very much part of graphic design histories and graphic design contemporary practice. So good. All of my students are going to listen to this one. Thomas, what were your picks from today's talks?
I'm going to definitely double stack on you with Olivia Kane. I think that might be the MVP of talks of the entire conference. I thought it was an excellent talk for a couple of reasons. I think the big note for me was, as in graphic design history, the idea that there's undocumented cultural vectors for things we take for granted, and the traditional history that we're taught in design school just doesn't have an account for it. And this really is a classic example where we need for new narratives in history to give a better account of reality. I think that Olivia's talk today was a great showcase of that and the importance of it, and it just gives a better understanding of reality itself. So I think that's why I feel so strongly about it. Moving on, I also love Craig's Baselines Are Overrated. His talk basically talked about the idea of conflicting principles or values coming in collision with each other, and that resulting in a priority hierarchy, and not taking it for granted that you can ask the counterfactuals. What happens if you reverse the priorities, you reverse the considerations? So just in this example, he was asking, does all type have to be on the baseline? The answer is no. And he just used the example of Mistral. The type can basically be aligned along the entry and exit points of a connected script, for example. It doesn't have to rely on an equivalent baseline for every single glyph. Kawal's talk on navigating client expectations, I also really enjoyed. I love business, and I think it's an important area of design discipline that needs to be cultivated more. And I think his talk was a fantastic foundation for anyone just starting in their careers, or even up to 5 years as a freelancer, as he said himself. I think he walked through a very robust walkthrough of the price points and the methodologies of how you price in design. Even though his talk was talking about the Indian market, I think the ideas behind it could easily be applicable to anyone around the world. So that was a fantastic presentation from my point of view. Before we go, we're going to share now the talks Lisa and I are looking forward to for day 4. I'm looking forward to progressive politics through writing and graphic design, designing the first layered font in Toggle, and type making for the 99%. Why and how we help tens of thousands of creatives get into the font game. Lisa, what talks tomorrow are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to those ones too. Ronnie Janisar's talk on visual variable font specimens sounds really interesting to me. Anna Richards' talk on typography and memes, and Sashi's talk on Tegalu letter forms I'm also interested in as well.
I can't wait to see them all tomorrow.
Thanks for joining us for this post-game chat on TypeWknd.
We will see you tomorrow for day 4, the last day of the conference. See you then.